will get the booyah of the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the MCPS Majors Season 5. Today is the final day of the group stage where we will be unfortunately saying goodbye to 6 teams. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustacho down here with the amazing Husky. We're going to be your shoutcasters for the day. Husky, how are you feeling, buddy? What are you expecting for the day?
I'm expecting a lot more tighter competition. This is the final stretch. 4 more rounds to be exact for all the teams. To figure out who will make it to top 12, we have seen amazing performances for certain squads, Tem9 being one of them yesterday. But can they keep that up today? That is what I'm looking for, the consistency from Tem9. And I want to see if AB Radicals can recover from yesterday's minus slump, and if the fight for 12th spot will continue to be as intense as we thought it would be.
Let us not also forget that TFC, Terengganu FC, had a phenomenal day yesterday, picking up 54 points to bounce out of the bottom 6. And now I believe they're holding on to the 10th spot. Just like the performance yesterday, they have shown us that it is possible. We can then so far expect some of the other teams who are in the current bottom 6 as well to put in the exact same amount of effort and climb up to the top. And just like what TFC showed us, it doesn't have to be 4 matches back to back where you're just popping off. You just need one solid game and then a couple of average matches for yourself, and you should be able to save yourselves. But this is the problem, right? A lot of the teams haven't managed to get a solid round, haven't even managed that consistency for their side, hence why they are in that bottom 6. But one final opportunity is what they're going to be served up with today.
Absolutely. You know, the only team that has gotten 2 booyahs yesterday is Farah. They started the day with a booyah on Bermuda. They ended the day with a booyah on Purgatory. But aside from that, it also shows us how close the fight is for top 12. The fact that TFC was able to make it through and remain in top 12 is nothing short of impressive. But we also have to highlight some of the key players from yesterday. Fikri and Noki from Tem9 and the Axel from Expand. And let's start with Fikri, right? The veteran for Tem9. 15 total eliminations, and he has been around for a very, very long time. Has played in Geek Fam for quite a while as well, and the experience does show. But Noki, the wonder child, the latest addition to the Tem9 roster, arguably the youngest player in the league as well, debuting on the major stage, and he puts up this performance.
No surprise seeing 2 players from the side of Tem9 here, because they had a record-breaking 86 points picked up with 1 single booyah yesterday. They had 1 average match and 3 amazing games. But it's also, of course, surprising to see Axel, as usual, picking up the MVP spot here, right? A player that we always want to shine the spotlight on. Those long-range snipes from Axel always seems to hit the targets. Yesterday, he alone pulled in 10 elimination points for Expand to continue that pressure to search for that number 2 spot. And of course, we have to remember, because Farang had quite a solid day yesterday, they've managed to put a little bit of a distance between themselves as well as Expand. Expand currently needs 5 points to catch up with them. But of course, let's also highlight the teams that did amazing yesterday. Tem9 with 52 eliminations. Once again, 86 points in total picked up for themselves. Longest survival time, 16 minutes and 4 seconds. Just slightly lesser than Quick Reactions, who have been finding that final circle time and time again, Husky.
And these 3 teams have one thing in common, which is out of 4 rounds, they have 3 good ones and 1 underwhelming one. But obviously, Farang, they drew the shorter end of the stick because their underwhelming round was a 12th place finish. But if you put that aside, if you take a look at just the bigger picture itself, Tem9, despite having 1 mediocre round, still scored considerably more than Farang and Quick Reaction. Almost the amount of kills that they have is just 8 lesser than if Farang and Quick Reactions combined their total eliminations. That is absolutely impressive from Tem9.
There's no doubt at all that we are expecting a lot from Tem9 in here today. But if they do not perform, then there's not much of a issue as well, because where they are today is exactly where JPT-NC was yesterday. And with JPT-NC barely showing up, all that they had to deal with was just dropping 2 ranks. So Tem9 is not going to be punished if they don't bring in that consistency. But not using this as a good platform to really practice against some of these bigger teams might just just serve them the bitter end of the stick for the grand finals. As we know, yesterday Sem9 has been pushing the boundaries. Hot drop after hot drop against AB Radicals, and that was a consequence that AB Radicals had to deal with. They barely got to rake up its points.
We prepared to take on Sem9 consecutively as well. So hopefully today they have been able to kind of rewatch yesterday's rounds and figure out how to deal with Sem9. And they have 4 chances to do it today. We started off with Group A against Group C for the first 2 maps, Bermuda and Purgatory. Afterwards, we have Groups B and C for Alpine and Nextera. And by the end of the day, we will get Group A versus Group B on Bermuda for the 5th map. And the 6th round, as usual, we will randomize the map and see what we get.
I mean, the random map is just the most exciting part of the new format of tournament, apart from just a single day of grand finals, which is going to be putting a lot of these teams to the test, which is of course going to be challenging some of the teams, if at all we do get Nextera, because just like how when Alpine was pretty much new to the map rotations, a lot of teams struggled there. Nextera is just that new map that is throwing in that curveball for all of these teams to deal with. I hope to see us move on there today. Yesterday it was Purgatory that ended up being our random map, and we know exactly who had a lot of fun with that. The one and only Farang, making sure they got into that final circle, grabbing the 23 points. But just like them, Sem9 was pretty decent on that map, right? So I'm looking forward to seeing something of a curveball this time around, so that the big boys can just take a back seat and we give the bottom 6 a good solid chance to find some way or rather to climb up the leaderboard just a little bit. Today is going to be a day of amazing upsets, Husky.
Absolutely. And if you are a big fan of teams from Group A like AB Radicals and Sem9, you can be rest assured that they will at least put on decent performance today, because yesterday they had to play both Alpine and Nextera, and on both maps they managed a top 3 finish. Today they play on the classic maps, Bermuda, Purgatory. I think they'll do just fine.
I hope they do just fine, because because yesterday was a outlier for Sem9, right? I think yesterday was just that breakout round. But before we talk about breakout rounds, we know you guys want to break out and check out exactly what is going to go down on the 15th of April. We've got the grand finals watch party coming your way, and that's not about it, right? We also have got lucky draws, the Kahoot game, mini Free Fire tournament, and you also get to meet the cosplayers as well as KOLs for Free Fire and break fast together with all of our guests and many more. All this happening at the ESI Hub at Space Rubik's Puchong once again on the 15th of April 2023, and registrations open at 12 p.m. This is your Ramadan Booyah Bazaar.
It's going to be on a Saturday, so you know it will be crowded. All of you guys will be invited. All of you guys should come, because by the end of the grand finals, we would also be there to spend the night with you guys, break fast, have a good time, and just enjoy being under the same roof of Free Fire enthusiasts. Very excited for the finals.
Super excited, man. I mean, this is one of those rare few moments where we get such a blockbuster watch party for Free Fire, and there's just no way I'm going to miss something like this. I'll definitely be there. Husky, I know you're going to be there. A lot more of the shoutcasters are planning to get there as well. So we'll all break fast together. I mean, worst case scenario, our grand finals should finish around 5:36 p.m. So we should be able to get there just in time to make sure we catch up with everyone before we do break fast. Once again, 15th of April, on the day of the grand finals. You don't have to watch it from your own comfort at home. Get out of your seats. I mean, for a lot of us, we've been waiting to have a reason to tell our parents, Mommy, Daddy, this is why I need to get out of the house today.
I was there for the last Majors watch party. You weren't there because you were casting the finals with Neptune, so it's great that we will be able to be there together this season. But we gotta talk about one team that I cannot get enough of, which is Sem9. And I think you will agree with this, right? They had, I believe, 86, almost 90 points, including one Booyah from yesterday. And I think Sem9 as an organization are very, very happy that they performed so well going into the final week of the group stage. And after yesterday's success against AB Radicals, I think they want to meet AB Radicals even more often on the battlefield.
I think they want exactly that, right? Because we did manage to catch up with the players as well as the managers, and what they wanted to do is meet AB Radicals time and time again. And Mikasa said that he's got a little bit of a message for AB Radicals, right? Mikasa wishes AB Radicals a hella good luck today. But he does have one request. Please don't run when you see us, because yesterday was all about that. Sem9 kept hot dropping AB Radicals, and time again, the AB Radicals, they managed to slip away, get their players revived, meet them back in that final circle, meet them back towards the end of the matchup. This time, Sem9 wants to see that fight all the way down to the end. So AB Radicals, I don't know, do you accept this challenge? I want to see AB Radicals accept this challenge, Husky.
Yeah, and I think if AB Radicals does take on the invitation, just remember, it is a battle royale. At the end of the day, you sometimes need to put your pride on the side and focus on surviving, right? I mean, if you're Sem9, be careful what you wish for. You can act all brave, or, you know, a bit of that arrogance. And I think it's warranted because you performed so well yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I hope they do not overheat going into today, because I think AB Radicals, you're talking to a team that has been on that world stage. They have seen and experienced far worse than what Sem9 has brought to the table. So if anything, I expect AB Radicals to be ready.
I mean, Sem9, you know, they are a team that does decently well in the past. We know these players, you know, just not under the brand of Sem9. They can rock and shake the whole world of Free Fire. But the only problem here is there's been that little bit of inconsistency. Yesterday was a breakout run for the team, but it hasn't been like that week after week, right? But of course, for all of you guys tuning in from home, we've got something amazing for you. Yesterday, we had the Pop-Pow backpack. This time, we've got the loot box for everyone, Aske.
And just remember, all you have to do is to stay tuned to the broadcast. I know people in the comments are already asking for the code. Just calm down. We just started the day. Get through the first 2 rounds, and maybe by the end of that, you would be able to get our first ever giveaway code for the Pop-Pow loot box. Just be patient. Free Fire is a very fast and exciting game. You do not have to sit there for the entirety of the day. You just have to learn how to enjoy these amazing games and also be rewarded.
I mean, it's not like you're losing out on a lot when you sit down and watch these games, right? These are the best of the best within MCPS, going out there and throwing out their best strats, best engagement tactics to get involved in some solid gunfights. You know, you can learn not just 1 or 2 things, but you can learn a lot from all of these squads. They not just have those players running around, they've got coaches behind them telling them exactly what to do, exactly how to react on the battlefield. And I tell you, I've jumped into many a battle royale with random squads who just do not know exactly what they have to do in certain situations. This is where you learn all about it, Husky.
It'd be a shame if the giveaway items have more fans than the teams themselves, which I am pretty sure is not the case, but I'm just putting it out there.
Are you sure about that?
No, I hope not. I hope not. This is one of the few things that I have my reservations, but I think, you know, when you look at, maybe not on the English side, I know on the English podcast there are a lot of fans from the Philippines, and this is the first time that all the representatives from the Philippines are in the top 8, which again is a new height, right? Last season, they achieved their first ever major win, first ever World Series appearance, and now all 3 of them are in the top 8. And if we finish the group stage with them remaining in top 8, I think this is a very good step forward for Philippine Free Fire in general.
We have to credit AB Radicals for that. I think they've inspired their whole scene. I think they've inspired every single Filipino hopping on into the game of Free Fire, showing them that, you know, you can't just go the distance in MCPS and then after that call it quits. You can push it all the way, and they pushed it all the way to the Free Fire World Series in Bangkok, and they did decently well for themselves, taking back home, I believe, $70,000 US, which is a lot of moolah.
Yeah, man, you can understand when you step on that World Series stage, the total prize pool is what, $500,000 US? Ooh, that is gonna make you sweat a lot. And you only have, depending on if you are coming in from the play-ins or you could directly qualify for the playoffs, you only have 1 or 2 days, between 24 and 48 hours, to determine how much you get. That is not easy.
It's not easy at all, of course, but, you know, sometimes things do go your way. Sometimes people do get lucky. I mean, you get lucky in terms of the loot that you pick up. You get lucky that some team thinks that you are going to be easy picking and drops right in front of you, and you get easy 4 elimination points. And then as you rotate in towards the final circle, nobody spots you. Everybody's on the opposite side of the battlefield. It happens, man. It's the RNG of Battle Royale. Anything goes out there on the battlefield, but at the very same time, you need to be ready for anything and everything out there, right? And it's the teams who are able to respond in that split second to those unpredictable circumstances who will be able to go the distance.
It's going to be kind of a stressful opening, honestly. When we go back onto Bermuda, I want to see where these teams drop. I don't expect too much of a change, at least not at the top of the food chain, right? When you look at teams like 7-9, Expand,
Yeah.
AV Radicals, but at the bottom, maybe that is where these teams start to get a little more active, start to look for those extra points that is going to potentially lead them into the top 12.
Farang, Expand, it's
Oh,
gonna
no.
be a mill battle very early on. Early engagements from two Titans. But I want to see Sem9. Sem9 drops at Bhima Sakti Strip. AB Radicals just beyond. They want to push out all the way towards Hangar. But Expand has already started things off against Farang. And it seems like Farang just wanted to tease them. Expand says, welcome into their open arms. They give them that embrace and instantaneously shut them down.
Yeah, two things that I think deserve some attention. First of all, Expand, they bring in Cobra for the final day of the group stage. So Expand is playing at full power. And second of all, Expand normally doesn't drop mill. So they made the decision to hot drop Farang, and they are winning out on that exchange. Jembao, last man standing, needs to get his teammate back up before Roy clips him in the corner, because if Roy catch up, and he does, it might be the end for Farang. Only Alif left. Expand still having the entire squad left alive. And this decision definitely worked out in Expand's favor.
Alif's really low, has got no medkit to play around with as well. Too fast on the catch-up. Everybody, Cobra on the hunt as well. Alif has managed to back away, and the drop-off from the elevation of that hill is just going to give him enough cover to find a little bit more of a defensive position and potentially survive towards the next circle. Axel looks around, nobody finds him, and Alif has managed to skip away from all of them. X-Roy on the hunt, going out for that left-hand side flank, could be the person who finds him. But Alif very quickly sneaks away and then patches himself right back up. Well played. Instead of wasting the time bandaging himself, he wanted to reposition first. So that's going to give him an extra couple of minutes out there on the battlefield. Let's see how he uses that smartly. Thoda, on the other hand, will go up against Tactical Intex. And this is a fight Tactical Intex just cannot lose. Freedom MY in the 13th spot are just 6 points from overtaking their qualifications to the grand finals.
Well, Farang, they were 5 points ahead of Expand, where Expand just got 3 points already from the get-go, right? So this is, again, Expand throwing that curveball at Farang. They basically abandoned their usual drop spot. If you look at the drops just now, Peak was completely empty. That was supposed to be Expand's usual spot to start off the round. ITX against Todak is going to be another interesting one, because Todak, they're in 9th place, Tactical Intex in 12, but Tactical Intex, they want to extend the lead in 12 spots so that they don't put themselves at too much of a risk. Zipnu starts off with a good knock, but no finisher just yet.
AC80, Zeptu trying to find those shots, and will be able to tag up a couple of players, but to no avail in terms of finding a drop. And the rest of them flank on from the right-hand side. Perfect, as he does manage to catch that one player. Pedro has got nowhere else to run. He cannot get onto the jump pad, and I believe he will get sacrificed right here. AMZ's down on the ground as well. So these are going to be 2 easy kill points for the team of Tactical Intex.
Oh, so only Pedro made it, only Chill, made it out alive. AMZ getting caught out like that as well. Pretty impressive from ITX. I didn't expect them to get 3. Either way, Toda in the same spot as Farang, having to play that very, very slow game. But thankfully for Chill, he will be hugging the edge of the map. No teams are going to be around him. The bad news is that there's not much resources for him to take, and there is no way for him to revive his teammate nearby.
Let's see if or not AV Radicals will be able to fish out a couple of Novas.
Oh, there it is.
As he does see Riles running across, and Barba should be able to secure this for himself. Cricket Discipline serves him up well. Time Turner gets expanded by Riles to no avail as it expires. Barba takes that easy kill point for himself. Seems to be the only one who has pushed out all the way towards Rimnam village. Right in front of him, he's got Namo running around, and it seems like nobody else around the vicinity to punish them.
One of the worst kind of players you can run into if you are Nova, someone with the Seekers. There's no running away from that. Alif also still trying to find some sort of solace, but he will have to tank that blue, and not sure if he got much medkits to work with. This is a rough start for Farang. Kind of reminiscent of what happened on Purgatory yesterday in the second round, but this one is even more brutal.
Let's see if or not the brutality of some of these teams' approaches would disable some of the other squads a little early. We know that Nova might not be able to make it through to the grand finals if they don't step up their gameplay in a massive way. They're all the way down at the bottom with just 104 points. And in order to catch up to the 12th spot, I believe they are going to need somewhere around like, what, 150 points? Which in a day's gameplay means like you need to hit every single booyah. And at the same time, the teams above you shouldn't pick up any points at all. So I think that might just be asking for a little bit too much. And maybe esports in a similar unfortunate predicament as well.
Only if whatever beef out JPT NC happened to some of these crucial teams, then it's definitely a tall ask for them.
Yeah.
Thankfully
mathematical error as I tried to skim past my numbers. It's 40 points, not 150 points. Yeah.
40 points. 40 points is honestly doable, but again, right, when you take into account that everyone plays 4 rounds, 40 points can easily be neutralized if the
40
teams...
points more than the other teams. That's I mean, unless they have like a SEM9 run, then yes, let's go.
Lazy mathematics, basically, if you want to be lazy and count and do mathematics at the same time, that's 80 points, right? You just double whatever points that is needed, and suddenly it becomes a very, very hard task for even the best teams to achieve. I think the biggest comebacks we've seen was like what, a 30-point swing, but even that had to go down to the very, very last round. So asking that out of teams like in the bottom 6 is definitely a heavy task for them. I think Nova, the fact that they have been wiped up already means that there's only 3 more rounds, and 3 rounds to get 60 to 80 points is even tougher.
Quick reactions. They might be able to help out Geek Slate here. They are in a good position to pincer a solid team. I believe we did spot out AB Radicals moving towards the compound of Geek Slate. And this clock tower hold is just bringing back some memories of old here. Geek Slate, not the kind of team to drop clock tower. Nope. But AB Radicals still want to go in and push for it. Raymeow, wow! It's a beautiful headshot out of nowhere. Yeah,
that is exactly what you want out of Raymeow. This guy, when he's having a good day, he is going to land those shots. Quick reactions behind this confrontation as well. 2 Filipino teams showing up to Geek Slate's compound, but Quick Reaction has a really, really good chance to really kind of thin down the numbers of AB Radicals, and they're already doing so. AB Radicals being pinned from both sides. Raymeow down thanks to Nice Siren, and Raymeow getting taken out means that AB Radicals now are in a rough spot. They have to find some ways to recuperate. Kaito also under immense pressure. AB Radicals, for now, is able to hide underneath the clock tower.
As anticipated, the pincer coming through from both the teams. Quick Reaction's not going to be giving up this opportunity. AB Radicals has poked the Hornets' nest, and now as they get hunted down by all of the Hornets, they are bugged by a couple of bees at the side as well. They just did not see that honeycomb there. They wanted to taste that sweet honey, but all they get is a couple of punishments. And now Quick Reaction shows up a little too drastically, too quickly for my liking. And Geek Slate will be able to turn their attention towards Quick Reactions instead and allow AB Radicals to back away. This just turned into something I was not expecting.
AB Radicals gonna be really happy with this turn of events, depending on how much more aggressive Quick Reactions wants to be. AB Radicals, again, finding a bit of solace still near the clock tower, but Geek Fam will have to risk exposing themselves if they want to take on AB Radicals, and I think Quick Reactions are very aware of this. They're not pushing the envelope too much. You don't want to put yourself at risk and kind of get vultured by a third party. We will have this standoff for quite a while unless the circle forces them away.
Quick reactions, a quick tease, and then they quickly roll away from the team of Geek Slate. Toda about to have a little bit of company here. Tactical Index driving right into them. 3 players all on vehicles. 2 hops out from 1, and Zapnu gets tagged up by Afix. It's going to be that AK doing all of the damage. AC-80 response does not come on through. Oren from that right-hand side flank. Grenades is going to just tease them for a little bit, but a little bit too far away to tag up anyone. Koda's already gotten into 1 engagement, which did not fare well on their end. So Tactical Index might just be able to get them because the resources on the side of Toda, not that too great.
And it seems like ITX, they have no intention to fight this. They saw the circle moving towards that clock tower area and they instantly just bailed with their vehicles. They came in with 3, they left with 2 because Todak busted one of it. But with all that noise that they're making, they have attracted, I believe, the attention of Quick Reaction, and also AB Radicals knows where they are. So ITX, they've been able to make very quick and swift rotations, but now they will have to do it the traditional way, fight their way through.
Let's see Tok Dalang and their capability of climbing up the leaderboard as well. Tok Dalang currently in the relegation spot to not make it through to the grand finals, and they take on the one and only Pando EWG. And if they can take them out of this equation, it will be making their life a little bit more easier. And this is a fight that Tok Dalang can afford to take on. Pando EWG is not really doing all that too great this season.
Honestly, if Tok Dalang gets this wipe, they will already have 8 eliminations. Meanwhile, Expand wiped off the map thanks to Sem9. So one thing is for certain, Sem9 still doing fantastic off of yesterday's momentum, keeping themselves in the game, and the fact that they knocked out Sem9. And remember, Farang, I believe, is still in the game. So Farang breathes a sigh of relief. Tok Dalang really happy having 7 points and wiping out Pando EWG. These are all minor launchpad that's going to help Tok Dalang get into top 12 and potentially overtake Tactical Intex.
Quick reactions, just tagging up the players on the side of Toda. Toda drove in, and MAB doing the dirty as well, chipping in towards Team Toda. Toda caught between a rock and a hard spot, that rock being the players of MAB and that hard spot being the players on the other side of Quick Reactions. Mans as well, and now Quick Reactions turns their attention towards MAB. It's just everyone for themselves, but Toda outside of the circle, they're potentially going to bleed to their deaths here if they do not make it on through.
Quick Reaction so far still able to take advantage of their surroundings. Todak is the one that has been having an incredibly rough game. They started off with 3 members taken out. They got revived and they could not find a single moment to recover. And because of that, Todak have been completely wiped out by Quick Reaction. MAB taking a keep of damage. Nice Siren just blows all of them out. They decide to huddle together, and Quick Reactions makes it swift and painless.
Tok Dalang, right above Tactical Intex. This is yet another engagement that's going to be very important for Tok Dalang. Tactical Intex currently holding on to the 12th spot. What better way to make it into the top 12 by taking out the team that's in the 12th position? But Tok Dalang needs, I believe, a solid 22 or 23 points to climb up. Taking out Tactical Intex with the 7 kills that they've already had is surely going to help them on their way. Circle now moving in. Tok Dalang running out of time. Tactical Intex refusing to move. Somebody else is tagging up the players of Tok Dalang who are on the roof, and Tok Dalang decides to move on 4th first.
If they move in the clock tower, this is going to be very, very messy. There's only 4 teams that have Tactical Intex. They're also moving towards that clock tower. We have 5 teams around this area, AJ. You add Sem9, that's 6 teams at this vicinity. Geekfam still holding up pretty well, but you can see that ITX, they are the first one to take heavy heat from 3 different squads. Tok Dalang even stealing a couple. If Smacky is watching this, he is going to be unhappy with how things are unfolding right now. Tok Dalang having a fantastic game 1.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Geek Fam, with their earlier position held in here, the clock tower defensively have been able to sneak away 2 kills. The last time we spotted them, they had absolutely none on their side. They didn't get the knocks. They claim the kill points. They're going to be smiling year to year. But those 2 points are not going to help them all that too much unless they can, of course, grab the Booyah as well. Tactical Intex drops out. And it looks like Tok Dalang will continue to blaze on. 9 eliminations so far. Great positioning. They do not expose themselves all that too much. And it looks like the circle is going to be moving towards the team of Tok Dalang as well. So this is just everything's perfect right now for Quick Reactions and Tok Dalang.
Nice Irene with the cluster, actually able to finish off one of the members from Tok Dalang. Unfortunately, Yun couldn't revive his teammate in time. Quick Reaction also doing incredibly well with 9 eliminations already. Nice Irene just putting on these constant pressures, those grenade launchers, the clusters, really making life incredibly hard for Tok Dalang. And they gotta be careful though, because AB Radicals is right behind them. Tok Dalang getting completely ambushed. And Tachi, the first one to go down, actually brings himself back up right on time. AB Radicals, wonder if they want to chase this though, because right up the clock tower is going to be a couple more teams to work with, and AB Radicals slowly making their way out into the open. Farang getting wiped out by Sem9. Tok Dalang still alive.
And Tok Dalang finally gets taken out of the equation. But Shahid has sneaked away from this gunfight, and it looks like they're just going to be hanging on for their dear lives. Geek Slate, on the other hand, they have dropped 2 players, Apis as well as Hazi, Kent and Sunbrain. They have got a lot to do here. They need to quickly circle on around and pick up their team members. In the meantime, it's going to be quick reactions, biting the bullet as Sem9 attacks them one after the other, dropping player after player. Fikri manages to get one, puts him instantaneously out of the lobby as well, and Fikri continues to deliver. Sem9 with 10 eliminations so far. They're gearing up for this final battle as Quick Reactions makes the exit.
It took Sem9 5 days to get the first Booyah, but it seems like they're going for seconds right now. Sem9, full force, just barreling towards the remaining survivors. Geekslate holding onto the clock tower. This is the final stand for them. They have the high ground. They have the center of the base. But Sem9 systematically working their map, using all those glue walls that they've gotten. Geekslate decides to go for the push instead. They want to be on the offense, and now with the glue wall dropping down, Apis running circles around Raja, couldn't get him. And Raja has been so phenomenal with his movements in Free Fire. Mikasa providing backup from the other end. AB Radical now joins in the fight. It's a 3-way bloodbath between these squads. AB Radical is out. Geekslate and Sem9 remain.
And once again, Sem9 wins out that battle against AV Radicals, and this time around, AV had nowhere else to run. Grenade after grenade. Cluster comes dropping by as well. Sem9, high ground, low ground, all covered. Geekslate down on the ground, and it looks like Sem9 is going to be starting off the day with a solid Booyah on their hands, and they do exactly that. Booyah continues, and the performance at the very highest lane for the side of Sem9 as they drop down the one and only Geek.
28 points to start off the first round. The dream to catch up the top 3, not a dream anymore. Expand had a horrible round thanks to Sem9 wiping them in 11th place. And when we started the day, Expand, I believe, only had 3 points thanks by taking out members of Farang. And after that's going to put them at just 292 points. Sem9 got 28. One more round and you will see Sem9 in the race for top 3. Farang also not doing too well as well. Sem9 could be the second team that is going to be fighting AB Radicals for that first place.
And that guy that you see, giving high fives to everyone, that guy is an integral reason for the success of Sem9 right now. The one and only Haji Yat, the coach of the squad, who has been putting in so much of effort to make sure the boys are able to catch up and also outdo their opponents. The guy who's in charge of reading all of the gameplay of his own team members, as well as all of the opponents, and tell the team of Sem9 exactly what to execute out there on the battlefield. Clearly, those shot calls have been absolutely on point, Husky.
And I think if you're in the position of Haji, our good friend Haji Yat, he must be so delighted. The hard work is finally paying off. Remember, he had to witness Sem9 getting absolutely dumpstered in the last major. And this recovery, this is vindication, not just for him as a coach, not just for the team managers of Sem9, but for some of these players who have put in so much work across the year or two for the organization. Faith restored for them coming into competitive Free Fire and finally making such a huge mark. This is arguably the best performance that Sem9 has had as an organization in Free Fire.
No doubt, this is definitely one of their better performances, and in fact, they even broke their performance from yesterday. I believe the highest number of points they got was 27. They got that twice, and today they pick up 28. And not just the Booyah, not just the number of points, but the way they accomplished this was just miraculous, right? It was just battle after battle. They managed to take Quick Reactions out of the equation. That was a very strong team in this lobby, in this game. Quick Reactions was just so on point, so sharp. AB Radicals was sneaking around undetected, and they kind of held on to their defensive position for the longest of time against Geekslate. They got taken out, and of course they wrapped up against Geekslate themselves. Sem9 is literally on fire right now.
And it's very, very tough to go up against a team that is having such a good time, not only as a squad but individually. The individual plays is what separates Sem9 from a lot of the teams in this major. Once more, Raja and Mikasa just so well, being able to hold their own ground. Remember when Geekslate pushed Sem9, Raja had to deal with 2-3 members of Geekslate, and he took down 2 of them without breaking a sweat, without losing half of his health. That is tip-top performance.
And this just slashes down the number of points Sem9 needs in order to catch up with Expand. I don't know exactly how much Expand kind of walked out of this particular lobby with, but regardless of how much Expand got for themselves, 28 points from the side of Sem9 clearly will put them much, much closer, right? And obviously, we didn't really see a lot of action coming out from Geek Slate. I think it was a very passive play from them, and Luck was on their side. Lady Luck just kept throwing the circle after circle after circle towards that clock tower, and by the end of it, they barely needed to move. They just held on to their defensive position. I mean, obviously that was the smartest of plays, but what turned out to be good luck happened to play against them because they didn't really collect a lot of those eliminations as they were trying to play defensive.
Yeah, and AB Radicals, I think from the get-go, right, when they tried to siege the clock tower, thanks to quick reaction, AB Radical had to basically hunker down and hold the fort. And at the end of the round, they probably only got 3 to 5 eliminations, which in the bigger scheme of things isn't the worst, but in their position with teams really catching hot on their heels, and the teams chasing after them are in the same group as them, then that's something that they need to worry about. And that team in particular is Sem9. They are basically a stone throws away from overtaking Expand and Farah.
Quick reactions, they are really good at reacting quick, but I think sometimes they just need to slow their pace down a little bit because at a point where they had a possibility of pinstring AB Radicals at that clock tower, this was the worst position ever for AB Radicals because the higher ground held on by Geek Slate and quick reactions was from the back. They were also having a defensive position that had a second floor, which means that if you've got those long-range snipers out, AB Radicals would have gotten eaten right there and then, but what they decided to do was push in towards AB Radicals. Now, I would have understood if that circle was already chasing them down, but it wasn't the case. They still had a little bit more time, and with them pushing on so much forward, it just brought all of that attention from the side of Geek Slate towards them, which forced quick reactions to back off, and AB Radicals got to hang on for a little bit longer. And I believe AB Radicals even hung on a little bit longer than quick reaction themselves. So that was unfortunately a wasted opportunity after starting off really, really well for quick reaction.
And remember, we discussed about this briefly, right? If the circle doesn't force the teams away from Clock Tower, they will basically stay there until the end of the round. And that was exactly what happened. We had 6-7 teams in the exact same vicinity, basically just trying to kill each other, right? Tok Dalang showed up and actually had a pretty decent finish, right? Tactical Intex fell to them, Todak fell halfway to Quick Reactions, who was gatekeeping the border. AB Radicals, after hiding out for so long, was able to get rid of Tok Dalang at least. So these are the fights that makes it so much more interesting and really shows you which team have the fundamentals laid out. And again, Sem9 is that team. They were able to be disciplined. They were not taking these aggressive moves. And when you look at that final sequence, how they handled Geek Slate and how AB Radicals responded to that situation is very clear that Sem9 didn't really care too much about being the aggressors because they know that the other two teams will come at them.
It's surprising that Geek Slate did not try to nail down Sem9 a little bit earlier, and I think a little bit of luck kind of played its way into this as well. Sem9 did have good positioning, but at times it was a very clear line of sight for Geek Slate to really focus on them. But I think Geek Slate was just a little bit too distracted on the opposite side, and they were trying to take out teams like Quick Reaction as well as AB Radicals, and that kind of just gave Sem9 that opportunity to circle around, kind of use that elevation to their advantage, just having it as the defense, not really having to expand a lot of those glue walls as well. And I think it was everything just went the way of Sem9. Some things did not, some things were a challenge, and Sem9 just had the capability of overcoming all of those challenges, which makes them a very scary team. And yesterday, if we talk about how they had 4 rounds and they did very well for those 4 rounds, could have gotten the grand finals if that was the case, but it was only 4 matches and not 6. But with this, it's 5 matches back-to-back that Sem9 has been doing phenomenally well. You apply this at the grand finals, I think we've got our brand new champions.
Oh, absolutely. And the trophy is going to come right back to Malaysia once more if that is the case. And again, when we looked at the map pool, we talked about how Sem9, they had to play the newer maps yesterday, Alpine and Xterra, and they finished top 3 on both maps, even getting a booyah on one of them. Right now, we put them back on Bermuda, and they will play Bermuda twice. I think we're in for a show. Sem9 is going to have a really, really good time. Let's take a look at how the stats are for match number 1. basic eliminations, just 50, nothing too much, nothing, out of the ordinary compared to some of the numbers that we saw yesterday. This round was very straightforward, Sem9 being the one who dominated most of the teams.
And of course, surprisingly, or I have to say not surprisingly, with how all of these teams just know Bermuda like the back of their hands, they didn't have any bit of an issue eliminating teams and squads the moment they had their eyes on them. Hence why the revival rate was just very, very low. Even the number of rescues, the number of pickups was low here. Total number of headshots just 41, less aggressive at the very same time, with a total knockdown 64. Blue walls destroyed, not record breaking, but I'll take that, man. With the 50 eliminations, I think this was just an average match. It wasn't one of those times where, you keep seeing revival after revival after revival, where teams just keep coming back and just swarming on into teams. It just wasn't like that. It was, like you said, very, very straightforward from the very start all the way down to the end.
It's not like we had like 99 glue walls destroyed, right? That was the highest record that we have seen. I believe it was on Nextera. I could be wrong, but again, a very simple map. We started the day with, I believe, like 2 or 3 different hot drops, and that resulted in at least 6 to 8 players eliminated right off the bat. But regardless, even though Sem9 got the booyah, we still have to give props to quick reactions. Nice Siren. This guy with the grenade launcher was the sole reason that some of those teams got completely wiped.
My God, Nice Siren with 9 eliminations. This is not even the team elimination. This is single-handedly with one player, 3,342 damage, 29% of those engagements on target. I think Nice Siren is off to a very, very nice start for himself. Not only do they get massive number of eliminations, they also find that final circle. This is a fantastic way to start. This is a fantastic way to keep that momentum up before, of course, we move on into our grand finals. And we were talking about how quick reaction just cannot find those placement points, but that was something they definitely fixed this time around. But of course, your team MVP is gonna be the one and only Sem9, on fire as usual. 16 eliminations, and the 12 points out of the booyah gives them a solid 28, and that has been the best round so far within the group stage for them.
Yeah, and this weekend in particular, the final lap for the group stage has been extraordinary for Sem9. Even in the mediocre round, it was considered good in the grand scheme of things when you look at how much poorly some of these teams were performing in comparison to Sem9. And I think Sem9 has proven that they deserve to be in the upper echelons of the Free Fire Major at this point. All 4 rounds, all 5 rounds combined, this weekend alone, up to this point, they've gotten more than 100 points. That is impressive.
That's more than impressive, man. I think Sem9 is just on a roll here. They've managed to correct every single thing done wrong within the first and the second week. And if we look back at the data, if we look at the statistics, they've just been on an upward trend. Week after week, they're improving. Day after day, they're improving. And this is not their best just yet. I believe Sem9 is still trying to push themselves up to the next level, so that when they do come across teams like AB Radicals, Farang, as well as Geek Slate, handling them is not going to be an issue at all consistently, round after round, in a lobby where they have to meet the same teams 6 times back to back.
And that, I think, is going to be in another league of its own. We still have time until that stage arrives, but for now, Sem9 once more just overtaking every single team that they played against thus far in this weekend. 28 points, including the booyah. The quick reactions coming in second with 16. Tok Dalang, one of their best performers thus far, 15 points in third. Geek Slate in 4th place with 14. AB Radical scoring at 11, and ITS scoring 7.
I mean, Tok Dalang with the 15, bro, give me a break. They are on fire. They really wanna step it up, right? And this is a team that's currently in the bottom 6. This is the team that is currently set for relegation before we get into the grand finals. But on the final day, they are showing us that they've got the hustle in them, and there's nothing more than I love than a last-ditch effort by all of the teams down at the bottom 6 to really show that they've got the fight in them. So I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit more out of this squad. Pando EWG on the other hand, from the right-hand side, it looks like they've lost all steam. They've lost all motivation. Nova, I understand. But Pando, they were 30 points away from the 12th spot when we started off the day. So Pando still had a much more solid chance. But it looks like, game after game, that chance seems to be slipping away from their hands.
Yeah, and just to give Tok Dalang fans a brief of relief, they are now only 7 points away from tying up with Tactical Index on the overall leaderboard. I've done a quick math. They needed 15 points before this round. They got 15. Tactical Index got 7, so make it 7 points in terms of differential. We will take a look at the overall standings just to give you guys a better idea of where these teams stand right now. AB Radicals still in first place, Farang still in second, but Expand catching up close. You can say the same for Sem9 as well. They are now one round away from overtaking both Expand and Farang.
Tok Dalang at the 13th spot, just 2 points away from catching up with Yudu Axis, who have unfortunately dropped down to 12. But Yudu Axis was not playing that match, so it is understandable as to why they did take that drop. Tactical Index moves up 1 slot. And if they want to stand a strong chance of keeping the top 12 for themselves, they just have to keep their pressure on the other teams and make sure they chug out more than just 7 points. Sem9, 283, up to Expand. And this is where things get really, really interesting, right? Just 9 points between these two teams. Expand, I hope they do step up their gameplay, or else it's just going to be Sem9's day.
Yeah, and so far it seems to be that way, right? Remember, this is the second booyah for Sem9. They have the least booyahs when you look at the top 5 team, and yet they are in 4th place. And if we look at the total eliminations, they have the second most eliminations on the first page itself. 20 below AB Radicals, but that's not something that I think Sem9 would be too concerned with, because AB Radicals has had a solid group stage so far. So for Sem9, the fact that they're still putting out these incredible numbers, most of them coming in from the last weekend itself, is great. 283 points, 30% of it was off of 5 rounds.
I mean, what can I say? I'm not going to complain. I love the display of aggression from Sem9. I love how they teased AB Radicals, and I love how they're walking the talk, not just against some of the smaller teams, but against the titans of the lobby as well, right? We saw how AB Radicals was in a great position to respond against the players of Sem9. That just didn't happen. Geek Slate had a great defensive position against Sem9. It still didn't happen for them. They had to jump out of the defensive position. Everybody kind of lumped up together, and what was a mistake from a defensive perspective for the side of Geek Slate, Sem9 just played that so well. Cluster after cluster, grenade after grenade, and shots from up and above, just spreading out to take both the bird's eye view as well as an equal grounds battle against a Geek Slate that was all huddled up together. Sem9 was outplaying every single team back to back in just split seconds, Husky. It's just so beautiful to watch.
They have definitely set the expectations going into the in the rest of the day and heading into the grand finals. That's something that I think Sem9 needs to start taking up the responsibility. Keep that expectations and fulfill it. So far, they've been doing a great job. When we hop onto Purgatory, that's a map that both Quick Reaction and Farang each got a booyah yesterday. And with Farang having a slow start in round 1, let's see if they can recover, because Farang has always had this history where they had good rounds, and when they had really poor ones, they just completely flop. So hopefully they can recover this time. If not, I think they'll be overtaken by Expand and Sem9 at the end of the day.
And of course, the fun fact of how Quick Reactions was so amazing, but they only had 9 eliminations in that match, and every single elimination picked up by Nice Irene. I mean, I'm not going to complain, man. The guy is on fire. That clearly would have boosted up his confidence quite a little bit, but we know exactly what some extra bit of confidence can do for you. It can go really good or really bad when it turns into overconfidence. I hope to see more out of Quick Reactions as they try to catch up with NC and even potentially replace them in that 6th spot.
It's not a dream anymore. JPTNC, thankfully, they still haven't played yet. They will be playing after this round. But judging by what happened yesterday, there is a lot of reflection that JPTNC will need to do, considering that they had such a good chance to hold on to the position and potentially contest top 3. And right now, that seems like a distant dream.
Distant dream? all the way at Purgatory, you might just have it come true, but it all depends on how you navigate this vast terrain that the map offers you. If you don't have those vehicles picked up very early on in the game, and if you do get caught in some of these dragged out battles, you will be punished. So let's see if or not some of these teams will be able to drop towards the center of the map and, of course, kind of travel a little bit slower out towards the edges if in any case the circle does drag them out. And it looks like that will be the game plan for Expand as well as AV Radicals.
And so far, it seems like they're heading towards almost the same location. And that is very dangerous if you are, both Expand and AV Radicals. And yes, they are dropping on the south side of Brasilia, already starting off multiple engagements across the map. Nova against ITX happening at the same time, both trading 1 kills. But if you look at the kill feed, Expand, they're off to a great start, already taking out members of AV Radicals.
Thanks, Roy. First one with the Akimbo revolver, and that's going to be the headshot that the players of AV Radicals will rue in terms of taking the hot drop against a very hot team like Expand. And it looks like Quick Reactions is facing a little bit of pressure as well from Team Toda. Pedro manages to get that 1 kill. AMZ knocks down Marquis as well. Marquis taken out. X-Roy finds Ramiel. So much of action going on in the background, but we still want to find out if or not Nova's going to be walking away from this engagement. Tactical Index, 2 kills in here so far. DCOS is finally lost. Rice 7 just from the back, and the backstab now is not going to come through at all as Tactical Index uses the revival platform to bring back their team member. This is a very risky maneuver, but at the very same time, it's also going to be disabling this revival platform for all of the other teams around the vicinity.
Yeah, it's hard for Nova to fight when their enemies keep bringing back members over and over again, right? It's fighting like an infinite legion of unkillable soldiers. So Tactical Index definitely needed that one. And so far, I believe that Expand are outgunning AV Radicals. We saw, I believe, 2 eliminations on that kill feed. Todak, on the other hand, having to deal with Quick Reaction. There's a member Quick Reaction there, and I believe MAB is also showing up to Crossroads as well.
Well, let's see if or not they can kind of dance around this a little bit. It is going to be a MAB push just beyond the borders, and Toda looking for that shutdown, and the rest of the MAB squad, I think, should be holding back a little bit. Sham, a little bit of a missed shot there, but it doesn't really hurt him all that too much. The team Toda kind of getting teased. Quick Reactions with that one player just hiding away from the rest of them, waiting for them to do battle and perhaps just move away so that he can bring the rest of his team back.
I believe Todak did use a smoke grenade as well to break line of sight. Very, very clever. At least you stop the pressure from MAB. For now, you're forcing them to look for other angles or to get closer. And MAB, they are not backing off. They're actually challenging Todak. And they have the perimeter covered, so Todak needs to be careful. Sham has a grenade launcher in hand as well. Todak all huddled up in the same trailer. At least majority of them. Chill getting found out by Adam. Chill, can you get out though? Sham was picked up on the side. And Chill wins that one against Adam. Good start for Todak.
Chill from the back. Namo brings Ramiel back into the equation, and AV Radicals not going to be too teased. Oh, no. And AMZ, you cannot be doing things like that. But thankfully, he's not going to get punished, as MAB only has Sugar left in this equation, and he will be running away as quickly as possible. Skip Toby could have punished Team Toda, but he decides to remain quiet, still holding on to that revival platform, and Toda has got no reasons whatsoever to visit this revival platform. Revival platform is still available, still active. Skip Toby making a mistake, moving on out. Is he gonna get caught? Pulls out a glue wall, but that's a Toda glue wall, and he traps AMZ right in there. AMZ has nowhere to run. Very smart play by Skip Toby.
Honestly, it looks like a 200 IQ play, but I feel like Toda overthought that too much. Thankfully, Pedro comes back, gets straight on to Skip Toby. They didn't have to give up that 1 point. Toda having 6 though. So still forgivable, but definitely a bit of a overzealousness.
You just love seeing that, man. It's like, I can shoot you, but let me go out of my way to expand a glue wall just to make this a little bit flashy for the highlight clips. I mean, production is going to thank him for that.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, the social, I believe the Free Fire global social account has been very active lately. We're seeing a lot of these highlights, a trip down memory lane from international tournaments. That is worthy to be on that account. Maybe somewhere down the road when you want to look back at how the MCP Major has evolved.
I mean, it's evolved in many dimensions so far. And that's just one of the aspects that just makes it so much more exciting to watch week after week, tournament after tournament. But also the growth of teams like Sem9 who show us that, these are not gods. These are just regular players, regular kids out there trying to make the best for themselves. And, and as anybody, you go out there, sometimes you've got a drop in performance and all you need to do is just gather your thoughts, realign some of your strategy, go out there and try again. We all saw how Sem9 absolutely demolished their own chances with very bad decision making the last season, and they pretty much got nothing out of that, right? And this time around, they are running the town with the way they're taking this final week.
And it's just crazy to see how much of a difference Sem9 has undergo in just 1 week. Not many teams can do that, honestly. Even the most experienced players sometimes struggle. Expand having 3 kills in the back, all because they won the early skirmish against AV Radicals. But thankfully for AV Radicals, they're able to retreat back to the southern side and revive the team. We'll have to deal with Tok Dalang though, and Tok Dalang have a tall mountain in front of them. Can they get rid of AV Radicals?
Let's see if or not they can do so. AV Radicals isn't going to get tickled with the presence of the squad at all for the time being. So Dalang trying to circumvent all of the AV Radical squad, but Namo from afar. Shahid's trying to play that right-hand side flank as well. The AC-80 double shot will miss, and Barba erects that glue wall just to give himself that extra layer of protection. Namo now finds a player, tags him up. No knockdown coming on through, and he misses a great opportunity. But now they know his position as well. Kaito will punish Tachi for stepping into his compound, and Tok Dalang needs to rethink all of these aggressive maneuvers, because I prefer them to look for that final circle.
And Tok Dalang, after such a good round 1, if they bomb on right now, all the efforts would have been for nothing. And AV Radicals, they're not a team to back off. Barba hunting down Shahid. That's 2 members down from Tok Dalang already. And thankfully, the rest of Tok Dalang was able to get out with the vehicle. So there's still a fighting chance, but it is a minor setback.
Tok Dalang with the 2 players. Vending machine time, so they've got enough coins to buy back a player, so that's all good. Geek Slate on the standby. Pando EWG might just become some quick feed here, unless they can make good use of this high ground advantage. Jay-Z has got the eyes on them, so they've got that bird's eye advantage, and they've also got that lower ground headshot capability. Monito circling around, he doesn't have that angle yet, doesn't have that line of sight. Geek Slate has no idea that this is happening. This could be the best ambush that Pando EWG has executed so far, providing they can execute it well.
So much trigger discipline. Pando EWG are very spread out, so this is not an easy fight, even if Jay-Z takes the shot. But the fact that Jay-Z is seeing all this is very good. And now he goes for the knock. He has waited long enough. Sun Rain goes down. And I believe there was a separate member from Quick Reaction that showed up as well. And you can see on the radar, the members of Pando EWG instantly spring into action. They want to get rid of Geek Slate as swift as possible, but fall! He's in way too fast and way too deep. I don't think that was the plan for Pando EWG. They were not coordinated enough, and now they are punished. Pandemonium ensues. Jay-Z doing his very best to keep his team in the running, but they might not even walk out of this alive. 2 versus 3, yep. Jay-Z gets taken down by Kens, and all that information, all that ambush, for nothing. Geek Slate still walks away.
Don't do this, Pando. And a quick reaction dropping by to say hello as well. High ground advantage. Nice Irene trying to drop those nades. Is gonna be able to tag one up, and Jay-Z takes advantage now from the back. And it looks like it's a perfect shot to the head. Kens goes down. Hazik really low on that HP. Has got that Groza to engage long range. The rate of fire out of the Groza should be able to make sure Jay-Z stays behind those covers and not really get aggressive in the Geek Slate squad. But I do agree with you. The timing was just so off. Jay-Z had a great advantage in terms of line of sight. He saw the positioning, and you also had one guy up on the hill who could have just followed up all of Jay-Z's shots, because yes, those glue walls was blocking Jay-Z out, but it was just totally exposed on the other side, and there was just no reaction from Pando EWG except rushing straight towards Geek Slate. That's not gonna happen. They all got wiped, unfortunately.
It felt like a half-baked plan, like
Very, very bad.
The members of Pando EWG, they were way ahead of one another. So thankfully, Jay-Z is still alive. Oh, Oren getting a good alley-oop from afar. It's an easy kill onto Adam. So Oren able to pick up the 5th point for ITX. Really needed to keep them in the top 12, but he is now going to start getting pressured. MAB losing members to both ITX and Todak. And unfortunately, Sugar, last man standing, and ITX looking to hunt him down.
Tactical index. Pando EWG finally gets put out by Kens, and it's Geek Slate that turns the tables on Pando EWG. How unfortunate that is. Sugar, this is not sweet at all. It's about to be very bitter for MAB, as Sugar is barely alive out there. Zapnu puts that final bullet in the coffin, and it just seals the deal. Tactical index with the 6 eliminations, trying to do equally as well as the previous round to make sure getting into the grand finals is not going to be too much of an issue. And if they can keep up this performance just on average, they will be absolutely fine.
Look at AV Radicals. They still have not recovered from yesterday. Still suffering from the slow start. And not only are they getting hunted down by Expand, but Sem9 is also joining in on the fun. 2 members of AV Radicals already taken out. Ray Meow being, I believe, there's a high chance he's the only survivor left for his team. And running into Geek Slate of all teams. Ray Meow, this is the last stand for him, and AV Radical is just not able to play the game at all.
Let's see if or not Geek Slate can make something better for themselves. Those revivals are perfect. Sem9 going up against Expand this time round. It's going to be a big fight as Rain puts out AV Radicals. Fires off screen, takes down one player from the side of Tactical Index. Axel circling around. He's got that long range weapon, and this is just not the right time to pull that out. Quick reactions takes out Tok Dalang in the meantime. Sem9 with the double barrel circles around, but it's a perfect shot out of the Charge Buster. Cobra nails him down to the ground. 2 fast ones to play the exact same as well, but Cobra has got the double grenade to sort him out instantaneously, waiting patiently behind this glue wall for the attack, but Sem9 slows down the pace.
And Expand the double up from Cobra, and Roy is so well done. Axel now swings the corner too fast, losing to Mikasa, but the number still in favor of Expand, and they get rid of Sem9. Finally, Expand putting some dominance on the board. Sem9 will not go further, and Expand gets their revenge.
I mean, you can do it when Cobra's not around. No issues. But when that boy is in the squad, yeah, you dareth not step in front of Expand. They will live up to their name and expand you.
And that is a good chance for Sem9 to, again, make sure that Sem9 needs to work harder to catch up to them in that overall standing. Showing that Sem9 is still beatable. Quick reactions though. A full drive-in by Geek Slate, and Apis actually starts things off on a good note, taking down Nice Irene. Skip Toby also sniped by Todak from afar. Quick reactions getting gunned down by 2 different teams, and Geek Slate is just mopping the floor. Marky, last man standing for quick reaction, knocks down Sun Rain, but no secure again. Quick reactions completely getting demolished.
I'm not a big fan of the position held on by Geek Slate right now. All you need is a superior grenadier, maybe to toss in a grenade or a cluster to take out the whole squad of Geek Slate. Expand is not in a position to do exactly that, as they need to deal with Farang first. Nade will not tag them up, but Too Fast gets shot from afar from the Geek Slate player. One more on delivery from the side of Farang, and they are just egging on the players of Expand. Expand has got those 4 grenades to play out of X-Roy alone, and I do believe Cobra held on to the 2 nades earlier on, and unfortunately they'll eat Spade's grenade, and they need to act, and they need to act right now, and the slowness of Expand to react to the situation is putting them on the back foot. Too Fast really low on that HP. Jembal knocked down onto the ground. Cobra strikes right back, but Faiz from far makes this a 1v3, and this is all now for Jesbu to finish off, and unfortunately for Team Expand, they get expanded in the 4th spot.
Yeah, rough spot for Expand to hold, honestly. Only basically a rock in a hard place. Nothing much they could do. Farang systematically picking them apart. Todak, best round so far this weekend. 9 eliminations still going up against Geek Slate of all teams. Farang also joining in from the side as well. Geekslate taking some chip damage from the cluster. They're dropping down low, and that is just enough damage for Todak to start getting those knockdowns. Geekslate, 2 men left alive, and Todak are pushing the envelope as much as possible. Sun Rain doesn't have much help to work with. Afix goes down, but it's actually Farang coming in for the cleanup, and they're cleaning up both teams at once. Todak losing members, Farang just mopping the floor. The janitor has arrived on the scene, and Farang basically steals the Booyah away from both of them.
Very smartly played by Farang, playing the game of timing super well. Just waited for them to do the dirty, gets those tags, tries to steal away a couple of kills, and the well-timed approach to that attack made sure they could clean sweep both those teams and sneak this Booyah away. And that's how you execute it, by showing you are masters of reading the gameplay of your opponents.
Just an easy win for them. Just like yesterday. Had a poor round and then have a good round, and Farang just dancing as if they've already won the finals. But this is kind of the confidence that you need from a squad of young lads who know that they are good at what they do. And Farang is just one of the more energetic teams that we have in the Malaysian League.
Yeah, no doubt about that at all. You saw him just egging on his opponents just a tad bit. Just a little bit of fun out there on the battlefield as they win out a couple of these rounds. But that was a very, very smart play by Farang, I have to say. It is just a well-timed approach that gave them the best. If they had approached it slightly too early, which was my qualm with quick reaction in that engagement against Geekslate as well as AB Radicals earlier, things could have gone south for them. But not Farang, not with the kind of experience they've had, not the kind of experience they've walked into this competition with. But I was expecting more from Toda. Although they did do extremely well in this round, they had an opportunity to take it all the way. But of course, once again, Farang just showing up out of nowhere, kind of threw them into disarray.
And Toda, I think that, you know, what they've done this round, for me at least, it's okay, it's good enough, considering majority of the league, ever since last season, Todak has been on a downward slump. So this is those minor morale boosts that I think they really need, not just for the rest of the day, but going into the grand final, because I think their group stage is pretty much done for, regardless of where they end up. At the end of the day, they will qualify, and now it's just to take what they learned, take that, you know, that 7-8 days to prep for the finals and really show up on that big stage.
I'm hoping they do exactly that, but you never know, man. You never know when someone might come back in here and disappoint you. You never know exactly when someone might come into the grand finals and absolutely amaze you with what they can do. JPT NC, they have been doing all right, at least in the first 2 weeks of the group stage. Yesterday was a day of no-show for JPT&C as they showed up again and again, but not towards that final circle, barely in any one of those fights. I am still waiting to see them in action, you know, really aggressively, but that one we will have to wait, because as we hop on into Alpine a little bit later on, that's exactly where we get to see them in action. And I hope and pray that they have sorted out whatever miscoms that they've had yesterday, and they'll be able to walk in here as champions.
And hopefully for JPDNC, now they just need to, again, recover from yesterday. I believe out of 4 rounds, they got less than 15 points, which is absolutely terrible for a team that was in 4th place at the start of week number 3. But good news for them, they've done more than enough to qualify for the grand finals. Now is to not let yesterday get to them, just brush it aside and take it as kind of a not your day, not our day moment, right?
I mean, they literally got second last, man. I mean, the one team that did worse than them was MAB with 11 points. JPDNC walked away with 12. And I don't think that's a great kind of performance for a team that seems very safe in the group stage so far.
I think they still are safe, right, overall. Just that the difference between them and MAB is that one might not make it to the finals and one is definitely in the finals. But you don't want to show these kind of weaknesses to all your other competitors who, you know, in the grand scheme of things, if you just look at the top 12 teams, majority of them are performing phenomenal, right? Sem9, Expand, Farang, quick reactions, even Ilustrado Juegos. And then you put JPT&C in that group, suddenly it feels a bit intimidating for JPT&C.
Especially with that sort of a performance, and obviously that's not going to mean anything, because they might think that, okay, I just need to walk into the grand finals and I just need to do my best. but you also have to remember that, a little bit of your mental, emotional state walking to the grand finals is going to be important as well. You need to be beaming with confidence. Unless you can find blind confidence out of non-performance, I don't think it's going to be an easy ride for them. So today is the day, the final opportunity for NC to bring in some of those corrections so that they can just bolster up a little bit of their confidence, just like how they found the 4th spot in the first place. I mean, It's not like they can't do it. They did it. They literally did it for 2 weeks. And then yesterday was just a very confusing experience, in my opinion, for JPTNC, because just nothing seemed to click for them.
And honestly, I think that when you look at the stakes for this major, it is the highest it has ever been. Last year, when you win the 3rd major, when Farang won the 3rd major, they went on to Sentosa for the 3rd World Series. When AV Radicals won the 4th major, Dem and Expand traveled to Bangkok for the 4th World Series. This one, and all of those majors have 2 days of finals and longer group stages. This one got 1 day of finals, 3 days of group stages. So 6 rounds determine whether you walk away a champion or, at the bare minimum, qualify for the upcoming SCA Invitationals. It is a lot of stress for the players.
A lot of stress indeed, but of course you have to put all of that stress away and just focus on the now. You cannot focus on the future. There's a saying, if you've got one eye on the prize and you only have one eye on the game, you're probably not going to go far. The teams that do have both eyes on the game, those are the teams that are probably going to be bagging everything for themselves. Hopefully, the team that has got both eyes on the games is just one of them in NC. At the very least, he can motivate the rest of his team members to do exactly the same. We know exactly who's got both eyes on the prize as well as on each and every single game. Unfortunately, it's not something that everyone can achieve, but Sem9 has found a way to do exactly that. I cannot believe the kind of consistency that we are kind of seeing out of Sem9 in terms of how they've managed to push the boundaries and pick up so many of those points in this final week. But Farang also showing that they are not to be forgotten. They will show up when they need to show up.
Yeah, and Farang is just one of the few explosive teams that when they have a good game, you just cannot stop them. And it makes it so interesting, right? All these top teams play differently. And sometimes we think that when you figure out the best way to play Free Fire, you're going to be the best team. But no, the best way is actually your own way. And the top 4 teams play Free Fire in completely different fashions. This overall stats for match number 2, a more bloody one. We started round 1 with a lot of hot drops. This one was no different. Expand hot dropping AV Radicals, Nova finding tactical intact to start things off. And it was just a lot of actions. And I think the bloodlust is starting to activate in some of these teams that they really want to chase for points. They really want to show their dominance and send a message before the final.
And because of the vast terrain of Purgatory, it's also easier to circumnavigate the map to find a potential revival point that is not occupied by any teams just yet. Hence why you do see a slightly higher rate of revival coming on through this time round with the 18. Total glue walls destroyed, 78, not record breaking, but we'll take that any time. 61 headshots, and a lot of those headshots clearly led to those knockdowns. 74, we'll take that, but we also want to highlight one guy in the name of Pedro. 5 eliminations, and that is the highest for this time round. I say this was one of the best rounds Toda has had in quite a number of matches.
And if you have followed Pedro, as a player, you know that Pedro and Spark is an inseparable duo from the Argon MY days all the way to Toda. And whenever these two guys show up, whenever they have a good day, they are the best tag team, or one of the best tag teams you can find in the Free Fire. Just that we haven't been able to see them show up since the last major. They have still been trying to find that groove with so many young talents catching up to the skill level. Nonetheless, it's good to see Pedro putting up the performance that remind us why we looked at him in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, he's a cheerful lad. He's very, very, he's very excitable, and at the very same time, he's a great delight to have a conversation with. One of the things that makes him just so much more amazing on the battlefield is when he's performing well, the accuracy. Look at that, 39% of those shots on target, clearly well deserving of those eliminations, and all of that through just 1,590 damage. That is very, very efficient, but the more efficient one has to be the team that worked well together, playing the timing of the attacks, timing of engagements super well. Farang sweeping out two teams at the very end to take down the teams. 13 eliminations, 5,870 damage out of the squad, 17 assists, and 25 match points to show for that.
Very, very opportunistic team as well. They waited until Expand was done with Sem 9 and they saw that Expand was crippled. Just slowly worked Expand out of the way. They didn't just immediately rush. Giving enough respect to Expand and just crippling them bit by bit. They wiped out Expand. They realized that they are very far away from the remaining two teams in the last circle, and they just waited for the opportune moment when there's enough chaos, and Farang is a team that thrives in those chaos, and we saw how efficient they were when the teams are not able to pay attention to them.
Yeah, and of course, if anybody does not pay attention to Farang, they will force you to pay attention to them with all of their gameplay out there on the battlefield. And I think they've proven their capability so far. Expand has not really stepped up their gameplay, and Farang has been sneaking away all of these points. And clearly with the 25 to their side, Expand only picking up 14, holding on to that second spot is just going to get so much more difficult. In fact, with this match, it's going to be impossible. Farang will claim that second place. But Toda showing up after a long time has been a delight. Geek Slate almost took away this particular booyah, but Farang just spoiling their gameplay at the very end. Expand made it towards that final circle, but to not, because they were kind of pinched, and the lack of response from the side of Expand, not deciding to engage with Geek Slate from afar, not deciding to toss those grenades at Toda, made them pay a very high price, and I think that was a misplay out of the squad, Husky.
And Expand, I think in terms of utility frequency, Expand probably is on the lower spectrum, but another interesting fight is between Tactical Intex and Tok Dalang. Whatever efforts Tok Dalang put in round 1, you can basically scrap that because they only got 4 points this round. That means they only have 2 more rounds to potentially get into top 12. And hope is starting to get a bit grimmer.
Technically, with this performance, picking up the 4 points, they have officially picked up the 12th spot. I believe they replaced Yudu Axis. Yes, they do replace Yudu Axis in the 12th place, but Yudu Axis has not played yet, and Yudu Axis will have their fair chance a little bit later on. So Tok Dalang needs to cross their fingers and hope and pray that Yudu Axis just does not show up today in any way whatsoever so that they can get into the grand finals, but we'll have to see exactly how that pans out. So Farang picking up that second spot as well for sure. Expand is not going to be raging on. In fact, they are going to be struggling just a tad bit to catch up with them, looking at how they haven't really been able to get into that final circle super aggressively. Sem 9 on that slow catch up, and it's just long before never that they do make that run.
And see, Farang, 7 points away from tying up with AV Radicals. Currently the team that has the most booyahs in this major. 7 booyahs across 3 weeks of play. 2 more rounds for them to go. There is a possibility that Farang claims the first spot by the end of the group stage. And just to echo your point about the race for top 12, Yudu Axis and Freedom MY both have a good chance to make it to top 12. And the scariest thing is that Yudu Axis still has a chance to not make it if Freedom MY shows up today.
Yeah, and of course, there's a lot of drama that we can anticipate in the day-to-day as all of the teams are going to try to gear up. Whoever who does stand a good chance to catch up will be putting in a lot of effort to do exactly that. Teams like Project X Gaming, Pando EWG, MAB Esports, as well as Nova, they can put in the effort, but in my opinion, it's just a little bit too much of effort. And looking at their statistics so far, the data that they've managed to show us that they can rake in towards their side, it doesn't seem like the most possible run on the final day within the next 4 matches that are remaining. But, I am to be proven wrong by one of these 4 teams. Hopefully they do put on a phenomenal show, because if they do, then I'm going to get very, very excited, Husky.
This is my favorite part of any Free Fire competition. It's time for the teams to play spoilers. You're not going to make it, right? Make it hard, make life hard for the other teams. Do the bloody hit. That's the term I'm gonna coin right now. Do the bloody hit. Mess with every single team that you run into. You can throw bodies at them. Doesn't matter. We see how these teams deal with the extra layer of difficulty. This is the final stretch, so you gotta prove that you are able to handle the heat.
Okay, let's specify. When we say do the bloody hit, not just throw bodies at them and give them free elimination points. Don't do that. We mean stop them in their tracks and try to take them out of the lobby early. Make a name for yourself before you do get kicked out of the competition as a whole. I think that's something that, some of the teams most definitely can do. But let's take a quick recap of the schedule as well as we proceed on with the day. We're going to have Alpine and Nextera coming up for you guys, and that's going to be the battle between groups B and C. But how we started things off, it was Sem9 stepping up to the plate with the first booyah of the day between the battle of groups A and C, and the exact same groupings. Faram took game number 2 away in Purgatory. And this is the kind of matchup day that we love. Not just that one team that continuously sneaks away all of these booyahs.
But we are starting to see a trend, right? The teams that show up on booyahs on the booyah screen are getting the pool is getting smaller. Sem9, Farang, Expand hasn't shown up too much, but they have had their fair share of booyahs overall. Expand and JPT-NC currently are in 3rd place, I believe, in number of booyahs. They have 5 booyah each, so it's not too shabby. I want to see how the teams perform. Some of them have 2 more rounds left, but you guys, the teams have 2 more rounds left to play. You guys have 2 more chances to get some redemption code for the Pop-Pow loot box, and unfortunately, you're not gonna get it this time. Gotta wait for a bit more. Maybe after the break, maybe after the day. But one thing that is guaranteed is that the redemption code will be there. You just have to be there to claim it later on.
Absolutely right. And of course, we are looking forward to meeting each and every single one of you guys at the ESI Hub on the 15th of April. That is exactly when we'll be having the watch party for the grand finals. Husky and I will not be able to join you as the day starts because we'll be shoutcasting the matchup from the comforts of our own home. But the moment the grand final is over, Husky, we're going to be zooming all the way there.
Yeah, and I'm going to make a promise right now. I will not predict the champions because I don't want to mess it up. And then, I don't want to get ganged up on when I reach the watch party and the team that I say didn't win or was winning and ended up losing. No, I'm going to keep it neutral for once. I broke my curse last season. I'm happy with it.
I think that's a good choice. I think, everybody learns as life kind of teaches them some very good moments, and it's good that you have tried to move away from those predictions. I'm gonna follow your lead on this. I'm not gonna make any predictions whatsoever for the grand finals. It's just a free for all. We're gonna call it down the line, and I'm looking forward to some of these bigger squads really step it out there onto the battlefield. And we wish to see some of your predictions in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Quick break. We'll be right back.
We're back for more Free Fire actions in the MCPS Majors Season 5. This is Week 3, Day 2. We're about to get into round number 3, which means 4 more rounds for some of these teams, but 2 more rounds for the rest. My name is Husky. Alongside me is the AJ Mustachio. We are going to be your storytellers for the rest of the day to find out by the end of it which top 12 teams will make it to the grand finals.
I know Farang's definitely making it there, and they are also making a lot of noise before we make our way towards the grand finals, right? Yesterday, we had a little bit of input from the Farang players because the fans were asking Farang, how do they overcome their feelings when they're down, especially when they're eliminated early in some matches, right? Because Farang, yes, they are great, but sometimes we see the inconsistency from them as well. And their answer was a pretty simple one. They always support each other by saying, it's not the end of our day just yet. I mean, one match just means absolutely nothing, right? Especially if in the day you've got 4 games to play, especially in a league setup where you really have multiple opportunities to climb up that ladder. There's nothing much to fret. It is just when you start worrying about some of these things that you don't really need to put your mindset on, which kind of forces some unfortunate gameplay out of you. So I think that's a really fantastic mindset to have, Husky.
Yeah, and I think the best part is the fact that this is the team that they enter Free Fire, and the moment they debuted it, they went all the way to the world stage. You have this very rampant growth for some of these players, and the veterancy, the experience is really showing off. But a fun fact for Farang fans out there is that apparently, according to sources from Farang, Jembao is the one who has the best vibes, but also is the hardest guys to wake up. And I believe there's a video out there that shows us how hard it is to wake him up. We won't show it on broadcast. You will have to dig it up yourself. But just know that the information is out there. So get to digging, people. Get to digging.
I mean, I absolutely agree with that, man. Because Jembal, he's the lifeline of the team, right? And he might not be the lifeline out there on the battlefield, but whenever they are down in spirits, this is the guy that's screaming at them on the mic, right? And I believe even that video is up on their TikTok. Make sure you check out Farang's TikTok channel. And they, like Husky said, they've got this really funny video where they're trying to wake everybody up for Saho, but Jembal is the only guy. He's like a dead log. He's just sleeping there. You can't get him up no matter what you do. Check out Farang's TikTok. Is just absolutely funny, and you don't want to miss something like that. But Farang, at the same time, they wanna send out a simple little challenge for their very good friends in the name of AB Radicals. And as a matter of fact, a lot of people are sending messages for AB Radicals. AB Radicals has to be very proud of themselves for this. All Farang has to say is, don't get too comfortable up there, because we can read you guys like a book. Now, I like people who read a lot of books, and I like it more that Farang's able to read AB Radicals like a book.
And everyone is picking on AB Radicals. Like, what is this? Expand is picking on AB Radicals 2 rounds in a row. Sem9 is picking on AB Radicals, and now Farang. The top 3 teams from Malaysia is they want to take AB Radicals spot away, and I think for a good reason, right? So far, we haven't lost a single major up to the last season, and it was in the hands of AB Radicals. So we want to take that trophy back. Well, they want to take that trophy back. And I distinctly remember I attended the watch party for the previous major, and when AB Radicals won, oh, you can see Malaysia isn't happy about that because we lost our win streak. But all is good in games. I think these teams, you know, in person are very supportive towards one another. But I just like the fact that, you know, overall, the Malaysian players are better when it comes to smack talking. I want to see some from the Filipino teams, but so far they have been way too kind for their own good.
I mean, okay, you could look at it as smack talk. I look at it as a sign of salute. I look at it as respect to AB Radicals, because the fact that everybody wants to take them down just shows how dominant they are in the competition. Everybody wants a piece of AB Radicals. In fact, everybody wants to prove themselves against AB Radicals. So that's a huge sign of respect, because, you know, when you walk into a room and if you want to be the alpha, you got to take down the top dog. Unfortunately for everyone, it's AB Radicals. So far, it's been seeming like it is possible for them to take them down. But you know what? You guys have to take down this giveaway code, because the Pop-Pow loot box is available for everybody to redeem right now.
And the wait has finally paid off. If you guys are still watching this right now, and what am I talking about? If you are seeing this, you are watching this, get the code right now. Do whatever you guys always do, you know, screenshot it, send it to your friends who are somehow still asleep on a Sunday. Just make sure that you claim the code before the broadcast concludes, because that's where we would close the window and it would be gone forever.
I mean, if you're still asleep on a Sunday at 2 p.m., I tell you, you're wasting away your life. You know, one of the worst things to do is to wake up in the dead hot sun of 2 p.m., right? Like 12 p.m. to 2 p.m., it's one of the hottest times in the day, especially here in Malaysia. Yes, it might be raining, thunderstorms scattered sometimes around, but it's some of the hottest time within the day. You know, if you wake up fresh, bright, early morning, then you get to delight yourself in some good free fire games by the time it comes to 12. You can, if you're not Muslim, have some good breakfast before all of that starts. You know, start the day off with a lot of energy instead of waking up to the hot sun, man. I don't know, me, I wake up to the hot sun, I go back right to sleep.
Yeah. The past 2 years, I've noticed something. I think I had this I don't know if it's just me or it applies to some people out there, but I have this very, very specific habit, right? I can't sleep past 12 p.m. 12 is like the max unless I'm dead tired. And even then, my body will wake me up. Before then, I'm very allergic to light. I feel like I'm a vampire. Whenever sunlight hits me, I just wake up no matter how tired I am. But most importantly is, if it passed a certain time and I'm supposed to do a chore within that period and I didn't get to do it, I just can't bring myself to do it anymore. Like if I'm supposed to do laundry at 10 and I wake up at 12, laundry waits until tomorrow. It's a bad habit, but it happens.
I don't know how is the sunlight only hitting you at 12 p.m. It hits me at 7 o'clock in the morning. But speaking of what time we wake up, I've been on a personal challenge to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, all right? And it has been a very weird challenge, Husky. I tell you, the first few couple of days, I felt like I was going to pass out right when I wake up at 3 o'clock. And starting from the fourth day onwards, even before my alarm rings, I'm awake. I'm just wide awake. No coffee, nothing.
Well, you wake up at 3. I'm proud to tell you that my challenge is to sleep latest at 3. I've been making good progress. I've been sleeping way earlier. All right.
See, that's why we make good partners, bro.
There was a period where There was a period where I was struggling to sleep so much that I would sleep at 6, and I would have like 12 p.m. call times. Like it's not a good habit. Please do not copy it. I've been correcting it, thankfully, and now I've been able to restore my normal body clock. But that period was a special period because
I think you should keep it up, man. I mean, like it's like you are taking the night shift, I'm taking the morning shift. It's gonna work out. It's literally gonna work out.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, our broadcast starts in the afternoon, so it's not a shift that I can maintain. But yeah, I mean, I've been able to fix it, so it's great. I'm back into a normal sleeping schedule, just not waking up at 3. I think that would take a lot more effort from me.
Ilustrados Juegos dropping into the blue circle, looking for that high-tier loot, and it looks like quick reactions are quick to catch up with them to see if or not they can go in for a quick challenge. TFC towards Blue Will. They want to circle on across and maybe drop by that high-tier loot zone a little bit later on once these teams are almost done with those battles. So I think TFC, if they do circle into the blue circle, this is a really sound plan out of TFC. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, Ilustrados Juegos actually had a pretty good day yesterday. Well, I say good, but just got taken out by one of the members. Just got taken out by Skip Toby. I believe they both are sharing the same high tier loot zone. It is so expected, right? I mean, on the one side you have quick reaction, a bit of that anxiety DNA. So high tier loot zone is always like a magnet to them, like moth to a fire, moth to a candle. On the other end, Ilustrados Juegos also likes high tier loot zone. Meanwhile, Freedom MY against Nova. This is a very important matchup, especially for Freedom MY.
Waking up early in the morning, I've also found that like bees, like honeybees, are attracted to light because I switch on the light in my hall. And almost every day, a bee just flies into my hall, man. And I'm so afraid that my dogs might like try to eat it or something and get an allergic reaction because, yeah, one of my dogs loves eating bees. But, speaking of bees, there's just not much of buzzing around here for Nova. A good time try to pull up, but Freedom MY wrapping them up like a burrito, and Nova gets taken out in the 12th spot. So going back to my bee conversation.
You have bees in your house?
Dude, I've got a huge garden right in front of my door, so I appreciate the bees. They pollinate all of my flowers. They give me a beautiful garden. But I've got this conversation with them, right? I say, bees, outside garden, that's your space. Inside house, that's my space. You cannot come into my space.
I hope that's been working out because Manchai is not respecting the space of Geek Slate.
No, he's not.
It's only just one member. I believe this is a scouting party from Geek Slate. So, EWG, getting 2 kills. Geekslate still very much in the game. They have a revival point, so not much was lost in that exchange. Expand now taking on PXG again. I mean, PXG challenging Expand head on. This is gonna be interesting. Mika off to a great start. Axel overwhelmed by the numbers of PXG. Both teams trading and from below. Too fast with the ice grenade. Gets the third knock. Cobra looking for the finisher onto PXG. Maybe they made a grave mistake. The ice grenade chipping down Jimmy Neo to just 1 health, and that's it. PXG completely wiped off the face of Alpine.
They will rue the day that they took this drop towards the team of Expand, but it's okay. I mean, at the end of the day, someone needs to become the feed for Expand to just eat up and get into that final circle big and strong. And they are off to a fantastic start. There is a vending machine right here in front of them, so X-Roy is going to be purchased right back. No revival points for them to hang around for a long time. Sen Rain, he manages to back away as the rest of the Geek Fam squad has been brought right back into the equation, all thanks to that revival point we saw moments ago.
Yeah, so Geekslate back in the fray. Udo Axis is another team. I think the competition right now is between Udo Axis, Freedom MY, Tactical Intex, and Dok Dalang. But of course, for Udo Axis and Freedom MY, they have 4 more rounds to make it to top 12, and they were in top 12 previously anyways. Udo Axis, again, this is their worst performance as a team in a major. So close to elimination, so they gotta buckle up, and they have decent chance to do so.
Farang doesn't really have a lot of things to get excited about here. Ooh, Illustrados. This is going to be a tough fight here for Expand if Illustrados does catch them off guard. And you can see McRory with a long right-hand side flank. So he's going to get the information as Expand runs through the other side of this compound. And that's just going to open up the opportunity for the rest of the Illustrados to catch up with them. Look at Expand just waltzing into the danger zone, not expecting anything to hit them.
They're pretty safe, honestly. I think for Ilustrado Juegos, they are the ones who are less safe. It's because there's not much cover for them to work with. And some of these players have went up against certain players on Expand way back in the days, right? McRory, 4-Bits, these guys were from SAF. Führer, I believe, as well. The Shanks at one point was with Bloody Head, so this is another one of those powerhouse collaboration. McRory, I believe, saw Axel running past the open field. This could be an interesting exchange between 2 of them.
Illustrados. Opportunity that they cannot waste here. And McRory is not in the best of positions. Initially, he had the flank, and now 2 other players have got the flank on him. X-Roy is going to drop right by his left-hand side. Too fast right in front of him. Axel gets knocked down in the meantime by Shanks. That backup is solid, and that's just going to keep the pressure on the team of Expand. Expand now. Opportunity to shut down McRory. This is going to be a good trade, but McRory sneaks away. Good glue wall pulled out as well, and Expand is not going to be able to find that trade instantaneously.
Yeah, the timing was a bit off. Expand had the good idea, but Axel unfortunately went down, so there was a loss of pressure on the northern side, which allowed Ilustrado Juegos to get away, but Expand, very disciplined move, decides to just get out of here, get to a vending machine and get Axel back into the game. Not too much was lost overall. I think they don't have to be worried about too much, but there is a UAV sent out as well to Forest Red. This is a location where Expand loves a lot. It is their prime drop spot, but unfortunately, Circle not favoring them.
Smart decision right there by Expand. Regardless of who you are, you cannot allow your ego to get in the way of your journey towards the top. And they know that Farang has sneaked away that second spot. Expand needs to gather 18 points to retrieve that second spot back from Farang. And that is 18 points more than whatever Farang can, of course, bring into these matches. So, and with Farang being in the exact same group as Expand, you know that they have to really hustle. They can't just expect Farang to bomb out. They have to, in this case, personally see to it themselves if they are pushed to it.
And Farang has been a bit quiet this round. Well, at least for the start of the round, right? Playing very, very slow. And I think it's something that we would see very often from Farang on maps like Alpine, where they are less comfortable on. They are generally more docile.
Ooh,
But
Nice.
JPTNC, careful, already spotted by Farang. And look at where Jembao is. This guy really making headway on top of the roof, and just one shot was all it takes. Ryu goes down. He's going to draw the rest of JPTNC to come provide help. Jespu is in the front line already. Napis, good response onto Jembao. Jespu needs to win this one though, but Napis stops him. Good moves from JPTNC to stop Farang. And let's see if they can punish Farang further.
Yep, and Jembal, does he stay up on his feet? Spade with a grenade out of nowhere, continues to chip on in. Cluster by as well. Jembal taken down. Yazid responds very well against the pressure by Farang, and that's going to take Jembal out of the equation. The SVD attack and that headshot out of Jembal was solid, but the follow-up just was not as good. Spade with that grenade will be able to put that player out of his misery, so no pickup coming on through. Yazid gets sprayed down by Spade as well. This MAC-10 close-range combat is an absolute beast, and Farang knows exactly that. Napis does not wait by. He says, adios, I'm out of here.
All things considered is a good effort from JPTNC, right? They almost stopped Farang completely. It's just the utilities from Farang, they also had enough to match with what JPTNC has. U2 Axis, on the other hand, facing off against Expand. The grenade slowly getting thrown out. Expand able to bring Axel back. Roy getting attacked onto Mirror again. This time, it is going to be secured. Expand with 5 eliminations, slowly weeding out YAE.
Let's see if or not Expand can very quickly put Axis out of the misery as well and collect a few more kill points for their own. Ashura right in front. One good grenade out of Cobra can do the deed, but Cobra just with the Groza takes a beautiful headshot, going up against 2 players now, and he goes in to finish all of them off. Just alone, he is able to do so, but Axel's back up from the back. This is just the good old Expand running the show.
And with the Seekers, it was very hard for U2 actually to hide, but Geekslate not wanting to give Expand room to kind of stock back up the resources. They are already showing up at the bunker, at least. That's where they will take refuge, but Expand have a big compound to work with. We have all these glue walls preemptively set up from the previous fight, so Expand have extra layers of defense that they can maneuver around, but they have to be worried about quick reactions also, because they are coming in from the back.
This backdoor access
there it is.
be able to pressure Expand quite a bit. That good headshot knocks the player down. Response coming through from the Expand players. And this is where Geek Slate needs to take advantage, but instead they use the opportunity to find the next circle. And 26 more seconds to go. I think that was just a little bit too premature for Geek Slate. They could have picked up some solid elimination points here, but they just want to find the placement points first. I understand at the same time, I think it's a big waste. So now it's just quick reactions going up against Expand, and they're gonna have to pay for teasing Expand. Nice Irene. He gets knocked down onto the ground. Great glue wall played by Axel, just running together with that barricade. Doesn't really drop it until the very final moment, and then one solid, unfortunate glue wall by his partner bounces off the cluster from the team member.
And Too Fast actually tags onto Nice Siren again. They've gotten rid of him, and Expand, they are just so strong. They are moving walls with their bare hands, with telekinesis in fact. This is how you know that Expand has ascended. Too Fast in the building, trying to basically overwhelm Marky. Somehow he is still able to put out decent defenses, but Marky finally gets shot right down. Expand with 10 eliminations, but they're not done just yet. There are still remnants of quick reactions.
There's another player just right behind here, Kwachi. Now Expand can have a little bit of this Kwachi as well.
They don't see him?
My favorite snack. They don't see him, but this Kwachi is going to get expanded either way. Yeah, Axel says, yeah, here you are. And he very quickly, just like the Mustachio, skillfully disables that Kwachi. Pops it in his mouth, cracks it, eats it, throws the skin away. But quick reactions, they're not out of this equation just yet. They still have one more survivor.
And Expand, in the meantime, have backed 11 points so far. This is a massive round for them. JPTNC, on the other hand, not doing too great. They were able to stop Farang, but right now, they not only have to deal with Farang, but also Pando EWG. And Farang has control of the buy point, which is great for them in case they need to go for those revives. And you look at the kill feed. Look at who Expand ran into. Ilustrado Squigos. They are just constantly fighting in this round.
This was supposed to happen a little bit earlier on, and now Cobra's the one that finds the circle. What in the world is happening? Illustrados outside of the circle. Axel, long shot. Fura goes down. Cobra has got the 6 grenades to work around with. Earlier on, he did not use it against the players of Toda. Hopefully this time, he does pop 1, 2, 3 back-to-back against the players of Illustrados on the other hand, because it will be quite fun to watch, and he does exactly that. Here comes the ice grenade first. McRory goes down. X-Roy and Axel both chipping on in, and Illustrados Juegos had an opportunity, but they don't take it for themselves.
And because Freedom MY decides to chip in as well, now Expand knows that after Illustrator Juegos, they gotta deal with Freedom MY. Quick reactions in the meantime. Finished 9th thanks to Geekslade. EXO! Dirty shot onto Jin. And now Expand slowly pushing forward. X-Ray leading the charge. Freedom MY, what have you guys attracted? You've attracted Expand of 14th. X-Roy, no respect. Freedom MY given no quarter in this fight. Axel still pushing them out of the building, and Cobra is there to receive it.
Triple kill.
And this is just the super aggressive Expand. If they do pick up the Booyah right here, right now with the 16 kills, they'll match up to the record of Sem9. But I think Expand wants to show that they can break, they can smash that record to pieces. 8 more teams left in here though. Expand doing great, but to get into the final circle and to continue this sort of a run is going to be quite difficult. Let's hope to see them a little bit later on as well. TFC trying to hold on for their dear lives. They have to take on Geekslade, who have a defensive compound. Adam with the double barrel in hand goes up aggressively, finds absolutely no one, goes in for the rewind, and Luffy on the other hand charges up the ice grenade as well. Can he go in for the pop? It's going to be the glue wall melters that puts Geekslade in a terrible situation. Apis with the charge buster, circles around, jump 9, timing, and jump 9 gets him with a max 7 instead. Perfect headshot, and TFC actually winning this out against Geekslade.
And Pando EWG were actually pressuring TFC from behind as well. So TFC doing a fantastic job in surviving. But they did miss out on a point or two thanks to the blue zone taking out the fallen members of Geekslade. Nonetheless, TFC still alive, and Geekslade are in a horrendous spot. And nothing that Sun Rain can do. Manchai picks them off. Expand in the meantime, they have found the circle, and look at this. They are the only team who has control of the circle.
And they also find the final player of Ilustrados Juegos as well, and Expand just beside the next circle. Everybody else has to come and travel all a long way to get in here, and before that they have to sort each other out first. The shot to the butt, a little cheeky, and Jespu puts him out of his equation. Ryu gets taken down as well. It's gonna be the players on the side of Farah. Good time turner pulled out into the time turner. He goes, and Jespu is on a roll, but from afar, Cobra strikes one, Axel strikes another. Both the snipers doing a lot for the side of Expand.
Oh, Farah wanted to take the launch pad, but they got shot off the sky. And that's going to allow Freedom MY to come in for the cleanup. Jesbu goes down and fires last man alive, needs to clean up the kills and outrun this blue zone. He will be able to do so, at least for now, but look at Expand. They're taking so much space. Freedom MY goes down. 19 kills for Expand.
This is going to be a record-breaking run for Expand in the whole of the MCPS group stages. This is a record-breaking run of all history. If they can complete this as well, this will be a solid one. Pando EWG right in front of them. Farang takes a double. Axel steals the kill away. Farang gets nothing from that. JC gets taken down as well. It's going to be the one and only Farang. 1v3. Can he stand? Manchai circles around. Axel, X-Roy, both of them, they go in for the shot, and Expand routes this up with a phenomenal record.
Axel himself has got 10 eliminations out of the 22. Farang basically ruining the chances of Pando EWG until the very end by sniping 2 members before going down, but all of those points were handed over to Expand nonetheless. 34 massive points in a single round. And the last time we saw this was on the Bangkok World Series by EVO's Phoenix when they won the championship. Expand putting on the same numbers as our current world champions. Impressive. And this is why when we say coming into today, Cobra showing up on the last day of the group stage, the full power of Expand, this is what we were expecting to see.
34 points. You don't see that every day. You do not see that every single match for sure. And Expand, I said they needed 18 points more than Farang to get that second spot right back.
They gave you double.
Were all years. They were all freaking years, man. They were like, okay, 34 points. It's 18 points per session. No problem. 34 out of nowhere, Husky.
and they made up for 2.5 rounds of no-show. No-show, by no-show, I mean just mediocre rounds, right? But they made up for it with just this one round. And that is the magic of Expand. Even we look back to a Season 4 major, you look back to World Series on Bangkok, it's the same thing. Expand would have had a very underwhelming rounds, but they will strike back with a round that is so massive, it makes the round that they lost look insignificant. This one in the final stretch, this is their the 3rd out of 4 rounds today. They have done so much to make up for what they lost yesterday.
I mean, this is just Expand putting their mark on the competition and reminding everyone, do not forget your place, because we just have not been playing. You know, we just haven't been getting serious just yet. And this is exactly what happens when Expand does get serious. The representatives of Malaysia at the Free Fire World Series at Bangkok, they've met some of the best in the world of Free Fire, the very best of the best in the world of Free Fire, and even handled those gunfights decently well. And to bring all of that experience into MCPS, easy peasy lemon squeezy, baby.
Yeah, and on the world stage, they were pressured by teams like, Team Flash, right? They were pressured by teams like RRQ, and they were less than, I believe, like 5-6 points from making it to the finals. But they had to handle that for 6 rounds straight. They were constantly getting hunted down, especially by Team Flash. So if anything, I think Expand are well built for this major. Farang said that AB Radicals have been bred by them like book, but I think they forgot to read their own home soil champions, which is Expand. Because Expand just worked them in that final round.
And that's exactly what happens when you just focus all of your prowess onto just taking down one team and not really focusing on the rest, right? This is a battle royale at the end of the day. You're not just going to see one champion constantly rise up to the occasion. Even Titans, they do manage to falter. They do manage to make some of those mistakes in terms of shot calls out there on the battlefield and get eaten up a little bit earlier. But when you come across a team like Expand, even they have been victim to unfortunate situations like that in the past. But for them to step it right back up, for them to not only show that they can do well, but break every single record so far placed by teams within the group stage of MCPS Majors Season 5.
Oh, yes.
On the last day of everything else, it's just phenomenal. It hit the ball out of the park.
It definitely is. You look at the history of some of these teams, right? Remember, we have players like Axel, who was from AKO back then. That was like, what, 2021? That was 2 years ago. You have Cobra, who was with Baby Argon and went on to Flags International, and right now he's with Expand. Expand is a team made out of veteran players, but when the team started, they started from nothing, from the ground up. This is a rags to riches story for one of the best teams in Malaysia.
They had the individual talent when they all got together under the brand of Expand. What they did not have in the past was great leadership. That's exactly what Expand has right now. So all of the missing puzzle pieces brought together in perfect unison, and Expand is just one of those teams that are just very, very promising, right? They can do this and so much more. I want to see exactly how much more can they deliver on this final day of the Grand Finals. Can they, now that they've managed to catch up at Farang, also catch up with AB Radicals? Because yes, they have got 18 points to catch up with Farang, but Farang was just about 8 points behind AB Radicals, and that's not too much at all. So that just means that now Expand is in the right range to even shoot down AB Radicals. It will be a stunner if they take that #1 spot by the end of the day.
And I want to quickly bring us down a bit of a history lesson, because you look at this one member Too Fast, right? If you remember his origins, this guy started from AKO, went to Freedom Rumble and made a name for himself at Freedom Rumble, because at that time Freedom Rumble was so aggressive. They just do not care who they're up against, and that's why Freedom Rumble was one of the first Malaysian teams who kind of dropped that 30 bomb at the end of a round. And afterwards he went on to Axis for one major. And after Major Season 3, went on to Expand, and from that point onwards, he has been putting on decent numbers. And, for those who think that we are hyping up Expand a lot, you look at the history of this team, they have had very poor performances at one point. They finished second in the 4th major. They finished 13 on the World Series. They finished 7th in one of the third-party tournament, the Snapdragon Pro Series. So it's not all rainbows and sunshines. Expand had to go through basically a huge character development arc to get to this point.
Albeit 13th spot at the World Series, they walked away with $50,000 US. So I'll take 13th spot anytime, man. I'm 50,000 G's in hand. Yeah, I'm going to be smiling year to year. But, you know, I love the point that you brought up, right? Multiple teams, and the teams that they used to be from as well were not really, you know, all that tightened, you know, every single step throughout the way, right? I mean, you talk about Freedom Rumble. Yes, a lot of that aggression was brought out, but we'll continue that line of conversation in a little bit as we check out the overall stats here. 58 eliminations from this matchup alone, 13 revivals, 19 rescues, 47 headshots, 76 knockdowns. I think it was a very average round in terms of statistics, so I can gladly move on back to the point I was making. It's too fast. The guy within Freedom Rumble, you know, it was all about the learning experience because he was one of the slayers and he was always able to, you know, take that cap on all of the other opponents by using that grenade, just absolutely abusing the grenade. But one thing, the biggest lesson that he took from Freedom Rumble was that you cannot just rush into battles time and time again without a solid plan, because then that brings up inconsistencies in terms of your performance. And that was the kind of lesson that you learn through all of these other teams. I mean, even Cobra, he has learned that hard lesson himself as well. Axel has picked up a lot of lessons along the way. And together as a squad at Expand, they have just managed to just pile up all of that experience together and really play out some of the best Free Fire matches that we've seen so far.
Yeah, and you look at the history of these players, right? Even in the teams that they were previously, before they became Expand, those teams finished top 3 in multiple tournaments. So these are talented individuals. The Axel, 10 eliminations this match, one of the highest one for an individual in a single round.
Yes.
And you can see just 44% on target in terms of his accuracy. That is insane.
I mean, this is just out of nowhere, but he is also one of the players. No, he is the player with the highest accuracy throughout the whole group stage, as a matter of fact. Axel is the sharpshooter you want on your side, and he clearly delivers, right? Those 10 eliminations outdoes the 9 that we saw earlier on today, and we were shocked by the 9. And with Axel's 10 and a total elimination of 22 from the team, he did almost half of that work all on his own. 11,930 damage, 34 match points picked up. This was a record-smashing round for the MVP team of Expand.
Yeah, and Expand, they have one last round later on, and that, if they can close it out strong, it would be a good finale for the group stage. Regardless of whether they take first place or not by the end of it, it's going to give them a very good confidence boost going into the grand finals. And I think Expand, they have found that groove at the very last moment. Kind of a reminiscence of that of the World Series in Bangkok, where it took them to get to that final lap to, you know, get themselves backed up. But this one looks so much stronger.
And Expand is the only team that has not picked on AV Radicals, you know.
No, they're way too nice. They're way too nice.
They're way too nice. And I believe they have not picked on AV Radicals for a good reason, right? The other teams pick on AV Radicals because they respect AV Radicals. Expand does not pick on AV Radicals because they respect AV Radicals. Both of these teams, they have been through a lot together on that world stage, and they know exactly what it takes to play a really good game of Free Fire. And they're waiting for that opportunity to see AV Radicals just so that they can match up their strengths and see exactly how far they have come. Record-breaking 34 points out of Expand, and the closest one to them was a 17-pointer Farang, but you got to respect the consistency out of Farang as well. And Pando EWG finally waking up in the competition.
Yeah, Freedom MY also scoring a big 14 in this round. You compare that to Udo Axis, who only got 3. Udo Axis will have something to worry about as we progress through the rest of the day, because their tournament lives, their grand finals qualifications hang in the balance. Freedom MY now control a part of those cards. JPTNC getting 9 points. Compared to yesterday, this is already 85% of the total points that they've gotten. So JPTNC, I think is fine. They will qualify anyways. TFC also keeping themselves in the running, make sure that they don't drop out of the top 12.
And it is a good run, if you ask me, from both JPT as well as TFC. Nova continues to struggle alongside Project X Gaming. Udo Axis picking up just 3 points, just puts them in a very unfortunate position down at the 13th spot. I mean, this is the combination of two very, very big brands, and they are losing out to some of the newer teams that, if you look at statistically speaking, individual prowess, Udo Axis should not be at the 13th spot. So this this is just some signs of cracks in terms of whatever that's going on within the squad that they need to figure out within the final couple of matches that we've got on our hands here, Husky.
AJ, just look at the top three. Look at how insanely close this is. Farang, Expand, and AB Radicals. Farang and Expand sharing the first spot. You know, obviously Expand having more eliminations, but Farang having more placements. AB Radicals 10 points away from reclaiming that first spot, but of course AB Radicals didn't play this round, so they will have 2 more rounds when we reach the tail end of the day to catch back up. But this is the closest that we have seen so far when it comes to a group stage and the fight for first place. It has never ever been this close.
I mean, I talked about the drama of Expand catching up with Farang, and I also talked about the drama of Expand, you know, being capable of picking up the #1 spot. But Farang beats them to it, but Expand is literally hot on their tails, right? All tied up with the 340. So this is going to be very interesting as we reach the tail end of this, because both Farang as well as Expand, they are in Group C. And this next matchup at Nextera is going to be their final game. And after that, they will have no say at all. And Group A comes back into the mix alongside Group B. And AB Radicals will have 2 matches. So I don't know. They better have breakout rounds for themselves, because AB Radicals, you know, they're going to try to pick that right back up.
You know what Expand needs to do? They need to, by the end of this round, they need to have more points than Farang, no matter what happens. Because in a tiebreaker situation, Farang beats Expand, and that was what happened on the leaderboard, right? Farang having 1 Booyah more than Expand, so that's something that is something minor. Again, in the group stage, it's not too important, but if Expand wants to really overtake Farang, this is their last chance to do so.
So I think it's going to be drama all the way up to the end. Of course, it's going to be drama at Nextera to figure out if or not Expand can have this massive round yet again. If they do, obviously the #1 spot's for them. If they can pick up the Booyah as well as a solid number of kills, and we can expect consistency out of Farang. So this is going to be the drama among the top 3 teams. And then later on for the final 2 matches, I think we can expect AB Radicals to either show up or bomb out, right? Because they have not been as spicy as they were within the first 2 weeks. I think week 3 has been somewhat of a slower pace approach for AB Radicals. They don't want to seem to be too much of a threat for the rest of the teams moving into the grand finals. I think that's a sound strategy as well. But you know, if you're AB Radicals, you might as well go for glory.
And yesterday we didn't see Expand play on Alpine and Nextera, right? And we saw Expand just now, 34 points on one of their best map, best map, which is Alpine. Now I want to see them play on Nextera. How does Expand adapt to the latest map? Because when Alpine first came out, they were one of the first teams to really get a grasp of Alpine. They can do the same for Nextera. I think Expand is in a very, very strong position.
Expand thus far has got 32 points on Nextera picked up, and Farang has got 85. If there's any indication as to how these 2 teams are going to be doing against each other up here on this battlefield, I think that's a very solid number. But of course, Expand is a team that also learns extremely fast. So we might see a huge improvement here for Expand, but they will have to try their very best, because Farang has been doing phenomenally well. In fact, Farang is the leader of Nextera. They are the best performing team apart from AB Radicals, who are just shy 2 points, 83 overall on this exact same map.
Yeah, this is going to be a heart-wrenching one. With how big the difference is in terms of performance on Nextera, we're definitely expecting Farang to be the one to put up the numbers. And the burden is definitely going to be on Expand right now. Again, for Expand, it's a show of strength, but for Farang, it is to really perform well on the map that statistically you have been doing fantastic throughout the entire major. We get a very even flight path. And honestly, Free Fire flight paths have been very, very generous to all the players, even on the world stage. May I suggest that in the future, sometimes we randomize the flight path so that it only cuts through like the very, very top of the map instead of through the middle. Maybe that's going to happen in the next major. I don't know, but it makes it interesting.
I mean, I was waiting for it for the longest of time on the world stage, man, but it just didn't happen. The flight path has just been super decent. And I kind of think that gives a very equal ground and equal opportunity to all of these teams out there to just select their drop spot and keep things very balanced with each other, instead of, just following a skewed flight path towards one corner of the map and really forcing a lot of these early engagements that are not going to be as fun to watch. You know how much I hate these early engagements with the lack of loot on your side. It's just not a clear indication of how good or how bad a team is.
I have one change that I think, if implemented, would make you enjoy these early fights more. What if when they drop, they don't have pistols? They just fight with fists. They just box each other. That would be fun to watch.
I'll take that.
Very
Melee only. First 2 minutes of the game, even if you pick up a gun, you can't use the gun. Melee only. Let's see. Free Fire, Garena, you heard this. You heard this loud and clear.
They had a chance to pull it off yesterday because it's April Fool's, right? But I think the ship has still need to wait for another year for that.
Hey, you never know, man. Every single event, every single Free Fire event we have, there's a new rule set, there's something creative that Garena throws in just as a curveball. That could be the next thing. But quick reactions getting quickly eaten up by Ilustrados Juegos, who did lose Shanks in the early engagement, but they hit back extremely quick, extremely efficient against the quick reaction squad. And I believe they only have got one more guy to run away in the name of Nice Irene. The rest of Ilustrados will be holding back as they recover, as they look for a couple of those medkits as well. Geek Slate, on the other hand, they put out PXG. Unfortunate for PXG, that's just another round that they bomb out on.
Very, very unfortunate. Only 2.5 minutes into the round, and PXG have already gotten wiped. That is the thing. Again, Xera it feels very claustrophobic because you have so many, groups of compounds together, and it feels like it's hard to avoid these hard drops. At least in this major, because teams are still getting used to it. Fire is just on the scouting mission. It's going to be near the vicinity of Ilustrados Juegos. Meanwhile, we actually got a glimpse of Expand as well, taking on was it Creek Reactions? The Expand getting a kill just now. It's going to be against Nova. So Roy somehow making it out with his life.
Who was that? Okay, all right. Roy has got that launch pad there. Very quickly backs away. No, Nish, don't do it. Nova, if Nova takes this jump and they land exactly where he did, it's a GGWP, my friend. Nova's just going to be bait. Nah, they're backing away. They're going the other way around. Thank the good Lord.
Thank goodness. Expand is playing so spread out. I mean, it's a blessing in disguise that Roy got an elimination and got out with his life. Completely unpunished.
I mean, that's just the way he plays things, man. Nice Irene, on the other hand. He's going to get caught in a tight little spot here. You do Axis, who have been struggling, will really appreciate the 1-point contribution from Quick Reactions. I think Quick Reactions has more than enough to make it through to the grand final. So, no harm done if they give that away to Udo Axis. It will be absolutely hilarious if, as they try to claim this 1 point, they get hit down by a couple of those comets in this danger zone, which is so rare these days.
I don't think I have ever seen one before, though I know I have been knocked down by in the red zone.
Oh, noob. That's such a noob move, bro. Nobody gets knocked down in the red zone. Nobody.
Me, I do.
That's like the worst luck in the world. The danger zone has been very, very much nerfed in the recent past. We have not seen anyone get taken down by it, no matter how aggressive they get in the danger zone. You see, once again, like Udo Axis didn't even hide, okay?
Yeah.
Udo Axis was stayed out in the open.
Yeah, well, for me it was pre-nerf, right? Like I was with my friends, and then I was playing with a friend, and then we were in the red zone, and then he got knocked down. So as a good friend, I decided to pick him up, and he was like, "No, don't do it." And I'm like, "No, you're my friend. I gotta save you." And then he says, "You know what? If we go down together." And true enough, it happened. We both went down.
Lord. Yeah, pre-nerf, the danger zone was very annoying, man. I mean, yes, it was annoying. I was one of those that complained, but I didn't expect a heavy nerf, like to a point where it's just not non-functional at the moment.
It was you, AJ.
It's just a teaser.
It was you. You made the red zone not fun.
No, it's. I mean, I want to see at least like 1 or 2 knocks in a game. Is that so much to ask for?
I think I think what we were looking for is like the balance, right? The risk mitigation. Right now, there's just no risk at all.
Yeah, there's no punishment.
I don't think we've seen any in the past major. So, for 2 years plus straight, there has been no knocks in the red zone.
No. There have been. I think in MCP Majors Season 1 there was, and that was the pre-nerf. And I think after the first season, we just didn't have any anymore. I think that was the season where we just laughed our heads off and Garina's like, okay, we're not having this anymore, okay? Players just shoot at each other instead. So in the overall grand scheme of things, it does make the engagements out there a little bit more fun. But you want to see the danger zone punished. That's all I want to see, because for me, it's just the wacky, hilarious, comedic moments in the game where you just take advantage of the danger zone and you get punished in the worst way possible.
That's why you can blame RNG if you lose, right? It's like, yeah, it's not.
It wasn't me.
It wasn't me. It was the game. TFC. Nova is being is dancing with fire. They are just jump peeking TFC, and Manchai in the meantime actually getting a good snipe onto Expand. So Expand losing one member. No vending machines nearby, unfortunately, so can't go for any revives.
And a smart play by Pando EWG to quickly run away the moment they take away one player from the side of Expand. They want to get to the final circle, and Expand surely would have come for blood if they stayed by. Nova, on the other hand, a quick engagement with TFC. They will be able to trade out Jump 9, Adam down on the ground. Nova, Cluster will go out for the pop. Nish on for the rush as well. He's, Mag 10, but he does not stand a chance against that Mag 7. Gets dropped down onto the ground. Kizo gets taken out as well. This is the end for TFC.
So unfortunate for TFC. They needed to have decent rounds for the entire day, but the fact that they got knocked out in 11, and I believe with no eliminations at all, means that it is a major setback. They put themselves at risk of getting knocked out of top 12 after yesterday's breakout performance. For Nova, chances of them making it through is very, very slim. This is their last round, but spoiling it for TFC is huge. Gameslay, on the other hand, will have to take on Freedom MY. Blue Wall goes down. Ken's bringing Yasa back up just in time and securing himself an elimination on the way out.
Geek Slate, with 5 eliminations so far, are looking pretty steady in this next Terra map. Udo Axis, on the other hand, still hot on the tails of quick reactions with a single elimination to their name. Off-screen, Illustrados Uegos trying to challenge Geek Slate, and they do manage to take one player out of the equation. We will have to catch up with them in a little bit later on, but in the meantime, we have to focus down on Udo Axis and see how they manage to navigate around the circle and get to a safer spot.
Ilustrado Juego showing up. This is going to be crunch time for Freedom MY. Can they get out of this predicament? Rid, good shot. Great coverage from the top of the roof. Fura, first one to go. Rid can't get the finisher. Wow, pulls out the double barrel for a second. This man is a menace right now. He is on fire, challenging the third. No fear in his mind. Rid almost gets the third. Let's Go stops him, but huge damage onto Ilustrados Juegos.
All of them outside of the circle. This is a very risky play for both teams. And in the meantime, Udo Axis faces their match out here on the battlefield, and it looks like Illustrados will be bringing their players right back. Udo Axis is going to be eaten up by the Cobra, and they're going to be swallowed up whole. Axel down on the ground. X-Roy goes down as well. Gate Flame from afar will be able to help out his squad members, and the pickups are going to come through one after the other. Too Fast sneaks around, and it looks like they want to get away. Geek Slate getting taken down one after the other as well, and the players of Expand, they find a little bit of a survival gameplay here. Too Fast dropping right beside Udo Axis. Is this going to be the finisher?
Wow, they wanted to get into a circle, and they actually caught Udo Axis by surprise. Udo Axis outnumbered. This blue zone is going to hurt. The cluster bombs securing 2 more for Expand. Cobra also healing back up. Now they need to outrun the blue zone, and Expand, what a move to basically catch Udo Axis off guard and get themselves into the circle.
Split-second reaction there for Expand. Drops by Udo Axis. Not deterred at all by their presence. Just nades them out and then continues to move on. And they should be able to buy their players back. Vending machine. 2 players right back into the action. Expand. Full squad yet again. Nova struggling in the competition, but they want to ruin the chances of JPT NC from picking up a slightly bigger prize within the group stages in itself. Udo Axis does the exact same as Flame. Manages to revive all 3 players. This is one hell of a fight at Nexterra.
And JPTNC still holding on. Nova all trying to go through the same doorway. I'm not really sure if that is the plan. As Farang also helping from across the dam. JPTNC having that work cut up for them right now. Nova can't find a way in.
Let's see if or not JPT will be able to take this backstep against Nova. Nova does not anticipate their presence at all. You've got a player just running past the rest of them. Ilustrados Huegos, on the other hand, dealing with the players on the side of Udo Axis who just made their way right back in. Asta, Charge Buster will find Bad 7, puts him down onto the ground. Long shot coming on through. Yazid with the Groza, and this is one mighty Groza that he's got in his hands, and they do not get punished. Cobra finds Miro as well, and it just does not stop. Cobra just on a hunt for the Udo Axis players, and JPTNC just turning tails towards the players of Ilustrados Huegos. Fires out of nowhere, finds one. McRory dropped onto the ground as well as Cobra finds that knock. Fire steals away the kill, and this is just Farang teasing Expand as they take away all of those kill points.
And Farang once more just vulturing all of these knockouts from afar. There's no one to stop them. JPTNC is still surviving. Gigslake, the full squad back and ready to rumble. But they need to clean up some tires on loose ends. Hazik, getting taken out by Riddles. That's not part of the plan. But Apis was able to clean things up nonetheless. JPTNC makes it into the circle, avoids the blue, but now has to face Expand.
Expand. The players are all looted up once again. They just got back into the matchup, so you can tell that they have cleared house. They have managed to loot up a couple of players on their way back in here, but now they need to travel in towards that next circle as well. 27 more seconds to do exactly that. They've got that high ground advantage, and therefore they can stay away from these other players as they decide how they want to maneuver around towards the location of JPTNC. The players, on the other hand, in the name of Udo Axis, will have to wait for the side of Geeksblade to slowly maneuver around. Udo Axis just try to play for placement points here now.
And Udo Axis, as long as they can get points in, that's all that matters for them. Don't need to take all these kind of crazy challenges. Farang getting eliminated is huge for Expand. Now they 100% will overtake Farang by the end of this round, of the day in fact. EWG, they've taken care of Farang. Now Expand is next on the list.
Farang's out, so it's imperative that Expand continues their massive run in this matchup to continue picking up all of those kills. JPTNC getting a god nade onto Yasta. Yasta down onto the ground. Another player taken out, and that's just a perfect cleanup coming through for JPTNC. And Pando EWG doing the dirty onto JPTNC instead, and they take advantage. Nap is the final player alive, cannot go on through to pick up the rest of his team members, and Pando EWG takes that perfect advantage to put on that pressure on them. But this is just thinning down the herd for Expand to pick up a booyah they desperately need to hold on to the #1 spot.
Expand is going to be really happy playing on that ground floor. The big problem would be when we get to that final phase, EWG will be forced to take Expand head on. So right now, they will have a vantage point. They can't gatekeep NC, but like you said, AJ, they are just making life easier for Expand. This next circle will be very, very crucial in determining where that final battlefield will be.
This is just a terrible mistake out of Pando EWG, because when you jump down, you're going to be disabled and you're not going to be able to respond to the shots out of Expand. Expand clearing house, quick reaction, stops by. Expand says hello and then instantaneously bye-bye. 10 kill points picked up so far already. They top each other's health back up because they know they need to be full-on regenerated to tank this next circle. They're going to wait for Pando EWG to drop down. Manchai drops down, shows up. Riven out of nowhere drops Axel down onto the ground. Circles around as well. Riven with the double barrel has managed to punish, but no finisher coming on through. He's wasting time, and Pando EWG finds Cobra out of nowhere. Too fast goes down as well. Pando with the last minute stand up, but X-Roy, he manages to respond, puts him down to the ground. X-Roy gets taken out as well. Expand holding on for their dear lives as Pando EWG show up out of nowhere. Axel takes that one shot, 1v1. Expanded in the third spot.
River trying to heal back up, only 7 HP. JPTNC, they smell blood in the water. It's 1 versus 3. Pando EWG, they caught Expand off guard, but at the cost of a booyah. JPTNC was the one who takes it away. The grand plan was not supposed to be this way, but if you are JPTNC, you are very, very happy with this ending.
Lucky for Pando EWG, they did not wait for that very final moment, because at one point they were getting suckered in by JPTNC and they were focusing all of their shots there. And if they had continued to do that and not jumped off of the top floor, there was no way in hell they were going to stand a chance against the players of Expand. And they made the decision. As I was saying, they were about to make the mistake. They made the decision to jump back down onto the ground floor, taking Expand as well as I by surprise. And that backstab was perfect, but it also allowed JPTNC to cross over and take them out. A well-played round for JPTNC, picking up the Booyah after multiple rounds of non-performance. JPTNC once again shows up.
Very, very important round. Again, it doesn't really affect them too much because they will qualify for the finals anyways, but it is a good morale boost for a team that had a very, very sad day yesterday. So this round is one of the slower ones overall, with teams just playing it safe, taking on controlling compounds, trying to go for those voucher movements. You see Pano EWG doing majority of that throughout the rest of the round, and just good decision making to really catch Expand off guard, but at the cost of the Booyah. But if you're Pano EWG, you're fine with that exchange. You lose out on 3 points in terms of placement, but you're getting a lot more to perhaps race for that top 12.
And I'm just curious as to how much did Expand end this round with, and whether or not AB Radicals is going to be in a good position to catch up with them, because the last time we did check in on the scoreboard, there was a difference of 10 points between AB Radicals as well as Expand. And obviously this win by, okay, not this win, but getting into the final circle here by Expand with a lot of kills to their side has garnered a lot of points as well. So it's now going to be dependent on whether or not AB Radicals has some of these breakout rounds. But Expand has got this ace in the hole because Sem9 is in the exact same group as AB Radicals. And you know Sem9 has been trying to shut them down time and time again. And they've been performing so well. So Expand stands a great chance at holding on to this #1 spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And now it really comes down to the other two titans, right? AB Radicals and Sem9. Like, this is going to be the fight between those two teams to see how far more can they go on the leaderboard. Can they overtake Expand or Farang? And by the end of this, they will all qualify. And, you know, first place, you just get a bigger chunk off that total prize pool.
Yep.
But it gives us a very good insight on what to expect for the grand finals, because this is the closest we've ever seen in terms of a group stage in a major for you know, MCPS.
You know, strong words, but the enemy of my enemy is my best friend. They're not enemies out there on the battlefield. In fact, a lot of these players are good friends with each other. But AB Radicals will be looking for that #1 spot. Expand holds on to the #1 spot right now. And Sem9, the common enemy of AB Radicals, can prevent them from stepping back up. And all Sem9 needs to do is just play their own game, play their best match, play to see if or not they can get maybe the 3rd or the 2nd spot, which is very much still playable for them. They are a massive 42 points behind AB Radicals, so that's going to be a good motivation for them to really put on the hustle out there in the final 2 matches.
And that only is the case because they had one round where they got taken up very early on. So
yeah,
AB Radicals got to breathe minus side of relief. But AB Radicals 100% will be gunning for that first spot again. They've held on to the first spot for the longest of times, and to lose it in the final day, there's one player on that team who understands that feeling better than anyone else, and that's Ray Meow. Season 2 PXG Radicals had a whopping 600 points in the group stage, and they basically lost that in the final day of the group stage. So you don't want to repeat that heartbreak. It's time to really put the pedal to the metal and really secure these last 2 rounds.
Yep, and it's not going to be just in their hands, unfortunately. Looking at the way Sem9 has been performing in the final week, they've just been slowly ramping it up, and this is their best performance, you know, as opposed to any of the other weeks that they've dropped by. I mean, even hitting the 28 points earlier on, really setting the record, and then only having that record broken by Expand for the day is, of course, going to be a little painful. But Sem9 has got the capabilities of responding to try to break that record in their own accord. Let's see if or not they're going to be able to get through that. But it's not just going to be about AB Radicals as well as Sem9 all the way through. The question is also going to be about if or not Tactical Intex is going to be stepping things up. Tok Dalang jumps back into the matchup once again. And Tok Dalang is not really in a good spot, Husky. They are in relegation spot right now.
They definitely are. Again, right, we are looking at a very, very close match for top 12. Tactical Intex, Tok Dalang, Freedom MY, Udo Access, TFC also kind of in the red zone because they got knocked out very early on in the previous round. And I believe, in just a bit, it will be the last time we get the overall standing. So this is going to be a very, very tense moment because for the last 2 rounds, we will not know how much points these guys have cumulatively until the end of the final round. So I think if the teams are watching, this is the last time for them to really realign their goals and what they want to achieve.
It's really going to be fun because Tok Dalang, Freedom MY, as well as Udo Axis will all be in the battle for the final 2 matches. And all 3 of these teams are battling for the qualifier because only the top 12 will be able to move on to the grand finals. And of course, the bottom 6 will be taken out in this group of 18 teams. I cannot wait to find out who it's going to be. But at the same time, I don't want to find out who it's going to be because it's always heartbreaking. Because there's a potential that big names are going to get taken out. I mean, Pando EWG themselves, I don't know, man. It doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't look good at all. Again, I think Pando EWG, they finished like, what, 5th in the previous... They finished 6th in the last major.
Yeah.
Right now, there's a chance that they're not going to make it. And, there are 2 potential teams that might not make it to the following major, right? One is Pando EWG, which is in a very, very rough spot. And Udo Access might join them if Udo Access don't kind of clean up the act for the last 2 rounds.
And it's disappointing to see Pando EWG play this way in that final round, right? I mean, it was a really well-played match for Pando. The positioning was good. The amount of pressure they were playing against all of the other teams were good. And they were holding their own against big teams, against big names, which is supposed to be the way for Pando EWG. But I guess some teams really just bring out that performance when they are really pressured, when they say oh, if we don't perform on this final game, we're not making it to the grand finals. Because prior to entering this game, they needed 21 points to catch up to the 12th spot. But I don't think they managed to achieve that in this match, and that was their final game, right? They're not going to be able to play this in a little bit because they are in Group C, and this is the final game for Group C in the day. Later on for the final 2 matches, it's going to be A versus B. So I've got my fingers crossed for Pando EWG, but I'm not really expecting much.
Yeah, and honestly, with their face hanging in the balance, teams just need to do the bare minimum to keep Pando EWG out of the top 12. And it's definitely a bit heartbreaking because it's a team that, didn't really have much changes in terms of roster, right? This is almost exactly the same roster that they came into from Season 4. And you compare the performance, you can say that maybe they got outclassed, maybe, they fell behind. But to not make it in this fashion, it's going to be a bit heartbreaking.
I mean, you could say the exact same thing for Toda as well, but at least Toda is making it through to the grand finals with the way they have been performing. It's not the best of performance from them, but at the same time, it's not a little miserable down at the bottom 6. So hopefully we can find a little bit more of a gameplay from Pando EWG in the near future. Cobra picks up the MVP title of this matchup with 5 eliminations from his side. And let's see exactly how his stats look. The one and only Cobra. 5 eliminations from 1,813 damage, 54% on target shots. He has got that trigger discipline.
Oh yeah, and also, Cobra, yesterday we didn't get to see him. It was Zeus who took his spot. And Expand performed pretty decent, but when you bring Cobra in, you pointed out many, many times, AJ, that in CQC, when Cobra is around, you have to put respect to his name. This guy, one of the most ferocious CQC players that we've ever had. The very first major, Baby Argon, Cobra was just running everyone down. Doesn't need medkits, right? Because you can't hit him. He's just that good as a player, and he still has the chops.
And it's the classic combo of Cobra and Axel that makes me just so excited to watch some of their gameplay, right? Because you see this rusher going out there to slay, and Axel, the sniper, just well hidden away, just taking pot shots after pot shots against all of their opponents. And it's just so beautiful to see that combination play out in terms of elimination points at the end. But of course, your team MVP is the one and only JPTNC, who decides to finally show up once again for a total of 22 points through the 10 eliminations as well as the Booyah.
And JPTNC, this is their second major, at least as an organization, if I remember correctly. So you do have some members who were already there last time. You have Yazid, you have Asta. These guys Dino also was there. I think Ryu as well. JPTNC, the fact that they are going to make it into that grand finals is already a big level up, considering last time they were here, they finished 16th in the group stage. They didn't even come close to qualifying. So big upgrade for the roster in general.
At the end of the final 2 matches, we will know exactly who are the teams who will be making it through to the grand finals. JPTNC, there is no question if or not they are going to make it. They will make it because, yes, this is them waking up after quite a number of matches of not showing up, but the amount of effort put in by this team in the first 2 weeks has bolstered them more than enough to hang with the best. In fact, they are at the upper half of the overall leaderboard. JPTNC once again 22 points, expand right behind them with a massive 20. So that is a 30-point lead over AV Radicals that they hold on to right now, which is going to be quite exciting as we kick off the final 2 matches a little bit later on. Pando EWG picks up 16. They needed 21 points to reach up to the top 12, which means Pando EWG, one of the invited squads, do not make it through to the grand finals. And that's just a testament to the quality of the teams that we have in the MCPS Majors Season 5.
Yeah, and Yudo Access, their fate also hangs in the balance. But the difference between them and Pando EWG is that they have 2 more rounds to change that. They are still in control of their destiny, and Freedom MY can look to stop it. TFC Esports, they got a big 0 this round, so there is a good chance that TFC's efforts from yesterday would not matter as much if they don't make it. I think the attention is definitely going to be in the fight for 12th place. Because at this point of time, whoever gets first, not too big of a deal, but whoever qualifies is going to be very, very crucial, especially when you have Yudo Access fighting for tournament life.
I absolutely agree with you, man. I mean, Yudo Access just hanging in the balance here. They pick up 8 points, and that's not enough to take the 12th spot away from Freedom MY. Oops, looks like I leaked out a little bit of stats for you guys because we're not supposed to be announcing that just yet. But, I kind of think that it's not enough just yet from Yudo Access. We still need for them to really step it up there on the battlefield. Here's the bright side. Yudo Access do still play the final 2 matches as it is Groups A growing up against Group B. So that's absolutely fine and dandy. JPTNC, they stay alive. Geek Slate, they stay alive. Quick Reactions and Toda, all of these teams are all fine. But it's going to be the fight for the top 12 that you guys have no information on. I should be able to figure it out.
Yeah, we have the info, but we are not allowed to say it because if we do, you might not see us in the finals. I think
I'll say it because it's all about calculations.
If you are good in mathematics, you can figure it out, right? You don't need us to tell you. Just
I failed.
Don't worry, I almost failed.
No way. I do not want to be, making racial statements, but all the Chinese people I know have just gotten straight A's all the time, and the best subject for them is mathematics. You cannot pull a fast one on me, Husky. I know you got an A. You got an A+ on Ad Maths.
Ad Maths? Well, I got an A. I got B-, honestly.
You see? I failed, bro. I got a G.
You have to understand, whatever I did with additional mathematics is completely different with what everyone else did. People go for differentiation, whatever, functions and all, statistics. I spent a good 2 months practicing how to draw graphs just so I could pass my Ad Maths. I took a different route, okay? I did it the smart way.
You guys took different routes like differentiation, drawing graphs. I took a totally different route. I just didn't attend the exam. I knew how it's gonna go.
I wish I could, but I couldn't.
Your mom's a teacher. I know.
Yeah, my mom teaches in the same school I study, and so not showing up was never an option. My hands are tied, AJ. I was
sneak away.
I was forced to score. But if you ask me to do maths right now, I can't do it. I got into a last time during the World Series, I got into an argument with my girlfriend because I couldn't do simple maths. Okay, so I failed mathematics at the most basic level.
Sem9, Farang, Expand, JPTNC, all 4 Malaysian squads picking up the booyahs from the day. But as we head on into the final 2 matches, there is still a huge possibility for Philippines to step it up, because guess who's back in the park is gonna be the one and only AV Radicals. on the hunt, looking for their #1 spot. We hop on into Bermuda first, and then a absolutely random matchup. We do not get to see Group C, which means Expand, Farang, Quick Reaction, Geek Slate, Pando, EWG, as well as Nova. They will not be in participation for the final 2 matches.
Yeah, and the most important part for this final 2 rounds is that we are seeing, kind of having that deja vu moment. MCP Majors Season 4 finals, when we went into the last round, Expand was in the lead and AB Radicals was behind, and they caught up.
Yeah.
Seems like we're back in that state again, this time with lower stakes, just the group stage. But it really shows that these 2 teams have been extremely consistent even after almost a year. But the one thing that's also consistent on the broadcast is our giveaway code for our goodies for this broadcast, the Pop-Pow loot box. Screenshot it, key it in your game, do whatever you want with it, claim it, and stop asking for it if you have done it. Okay, we only give out 1.
You're a very strict one, guy.
I think we give out 1.
Strict one when it comes to all of these giveaways, huh?
Yeah, you know, it's like people are asking us for things that we can't get ourselves and we can't provide. I don't get the giveaways. I don't give the codes. I don't start the games. Okay, I don't decide when the players get into the lobby. So
it's so painful, bro. It's so painful when I look at the chat. Right, they're like, "Stop talking. Start the game."
I wish.
Know how much that hurts me?
I also want to start the game. I wish I could.
All night preparing a bunch of stuff to talk about, and it's not up to us to start the match, and you tell me to shut up. You guys are mean.
Shut up
sometimes.
and take the giveaway. Take it, and get out, go away. No, seriously,
so mean sometimes, so mean. Okay, but anyway, just because we've given you the giveaway, don't leave just yet. We still have 2 more matches where you can enjoy through and through exactly what you're here for. Some fantastic Free Fire action. And if you're a fan from the Philippines, you want to watch AB Radicals for the next 2 match. I guarantee you.
Yeah, they are looking to chase Expand. They have 2 rounds to do so. 30 points, not a tall task for a team like AB Radicals. Eyes are also on the race for top 12 to see if UDWXers can qualify, because their fate hands in the balance, but they have control over their destiny.
Usually, we say 30 points more than the teams who are all playing, but Farang and Expand are not playing for the final 2 matches. So just 30, like you said, it's not an issue at all. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a quick short break. When we come back, the final 2 plays of the group stages. We'll see you in a bit.
The Kings have returned. It's only the champions, Geek Fam. Who managed to bag it all the way through that Blacklist International. Players of AB Radicals get the booyah of the finals.
Welcome back to the hottest Free Fire esports event on the internet right now. This is the MCPS Majors Season 5, the final day of the group stage and the final 2 matches to go ahead and play. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio down here with the amazing Husky to bring you guys the broadcast for the day. And I think as anticipated, it has just been non-stop drama, Husky.
You know, things is starting to get real when you don't get to see one half of the leaderboard. No, I'm so used to not seeing the first page that it feels like a luxury that I get to see the first but not the second. But for all the fans out there, if your team shows up on the first page, they are guaranteed grand finals unless divine intervention happens. And even then, I don't think that they will lose their spots. But what you have to be worried about for is if you support some of the teams on the second page. And we can confirm a few of these teams will not make it through to the grand finals already if you've been following the lead. But they still have the liberty to make life hard for those who want to qualify.
That I have to agree with, right? And of course, today, the final day of the group stages, we'll be blocking out the right-hand side of the leaderboards. But on the grand finals on the 15th of April, where you can tune into the grand finals from the watch party that we are setting up at the ESI Hub. Make sure if you're in Malaysia, you make your way there. If you are from the Philippines, if you're from Sri Lanka, if you're from Cambodia, if you want to fly down for this watch party, we'll most definitely welcome you with open arms. Get yourselves over to the ESI Hub, because the one thing we can guarantee you is you can all express your disappointment when we block out the left-hand side of the page and not allow you to see who are in the top 5 or top 6, right? That's what we always do. And we keep it as a suspense down to the very end, because how some of these teams fight, it's going to be so neck and neck. You're never going to be able to guess exactly who picks the championship up by the way things end. And this time it's just 6 matches, all in one day.
Yeah, and you know, this is the last bit of spoiler that I would give to everyone out there. And afterwards, I would seal my mouth. Udo Axis and Freedom MY have the same points. Udo Axis is winning the tiebreaker. So that means that they're actually right beside each other, and both of them are playing in the last round. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say. The rest is up to these 2 teams. You know, TFC Esports and Tactical Insects are also still in the running for top 12, but they are not too far, you know, ahead of Udo Axis or Freedom MY in any regard. So by the end of the day, 1 out of these 4 teams will not make it.
Thot Dalang is about 10 points away from the 12th spot. Yes, you can't see it, but I can tell you because I calculated earlier. 10 points away from the 12th spot is not that impossible to catch up with, and we've seen a little bit of performance from Thot Dalang in here today as well. And we don't need breakout performances, we just need average performance from Thot Dalang in this next 2 matches. But of course, you know, asking for average might just lead to their destruction, because like you said, Freedom MY, Udo Axis, they are all tied up with 161 points, down fighting for the 12th and 13th spot. So they might be chugging out their best performances as well, unless, you know, things do go south for them. But the one thing we can guarantee you is this drama will go ahead to continue. In the meantime, why don't you pick up this loot for yourself? We've got the Pop-Pow loot box available for everyone. If you haven't redeemed it just yet, now's the chance for you to do exactly that.
And I just want to say that the giveaway codes are so much easier to read right now, because when I remember back in the days, the giveaway codes are very complicated. But right now, it's easier for you guys to key in. So there's no excuse if you miss it, right? So yeah, key this in, get the Pop-Pow loot box, share it with everyone who plays Free Fire. If they don't play Free Fire, share them the code anyways, get them into Free Fire, because we lost the title of the best mobile esports games last year, and I'm not happy with it. We need it back this year. Okay, we need it back this year. And with that being said, I'm going to do this very awkward segue into talking about Udo Axis. Yesterday, huge performance drop, only getting 19 points. And I know we were able to speak to the manager, and I think he also resonates what the team feels, right? A lot of pressure from yesterday's performance, but you know, he has prepared them for today. The plan is to play a bit more aggressive than usual, but also trying to maintain the balance. And so far, we've seen the aggressive part, but we haven't really seen the balance between yin and yang. They still are getting punished, and hopefully, you know, they are able to iron that out in the final 2 rounds.
And I think Udo Axis is just going through that bit of pacing, just like what Sem9 had to deal with in Season 4 of the MCPS Majors. And, you know, it's just something that they have to put up with. You know, try their very best to get into the grand finals, hope for the best for themselves. But obviously, the kind of integral adjustments that needs to be made by Udo Axis. I don't think it's something that can be overcome within one day of gameplay. So making it into the grand finals, if they do happen to do it, then the gap that we have from today until the 15th of April is actually enough time for them to make those fixes. So they really have to try their very best to outperform all of the rest of the teams who are towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Now, if you look at the individual performances from these players within Udo Axis of the past, there's a huge potential for that to happen, but somehow the chemistry is just not checking out.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough one, right? You can kind of compare them to JPTNC, where they had majority the same roster, but unfortunately, it just isn't clicking for them. And you know, Axis Esport, or you know, Axis known back then as Axis Esport, excuse me, they were the only team who brought in an import, right? RAF from Indonesia, and now they have gone all the way back to just having a full Malaysian roster. But overall, I think that, you know, they are still trying to find their groove as a team, and now making it to the finals is top priority. And we have 5 teams competing for top 12 spot, but 2 out of the 5 teams will not be able to qualify, and you know, that's 40% of the competing teams.
Ref was like getting into a relationship and thinking you're the happiest man in the world, only to realize 2 weeks later that you're not compatible for each other. Because the guy started off hot, you know. He was like the hottest player out there. And then literally in like week 2, week 3, he just fell off the map. He just wasn't playing at his best. In fact, he wasn't even playing mediocre. And it was a little painful to see how Axis Esports back then kind of just, you know, didn't really make the best of that situation. So it's good to see that they've turned away from that. Unfortunate that they had to. Raf individually is a great player. It's just that the chemistry didn't check out, and he himself couldn't really perform towards the very end. But this roster of Udo Axis just put together, I guess we can allow them to simmer in terms of chemistry for a little bit. I'm not going to be too hard on them. Hopefully we see them back in here for Season 6, and we see them rise up towards the top. Sem9, early start, and they want to continue popping off. And one of their biggest tasks this time around is to make sure AV Radicals doesn't get too radical so that Expand can hold on to that #1 spot.
Honestly, I would fully agree with not being too harsh if you don't have 3 members who were previously from Blacklist International, right? I think that veterancy should be able to transfer if you have majority of your roster going into a new team, because the teams change, but the people remain the same. I think that's something that Udo Axis haven't been able to iron out, at least between the players, because most of them have played with each other for the longest of times. And, you know, there's an expectation for that to check out.
Yeah.
Again, 2 more rounds for them to prove themselves, and they have a very good chance to make it if they can just find that balance that, you know, the coach has prepped them for today. Sem9 losing a member, but he was revived. Tok Dalang in the meantime, getting their day ruined by PXG, not the team that you want to take you out.
I mean, you asked for this, Husky. You asked for some of these teams who can't really make it through to ruin the day of others. And what better team to ruin than Tok Dalang themselves, who are 44 points ahead of PXG. But Tok Dalang needs 10 to catch up with the top 12. But if they can get disabled by PXG, I guess that'll be the biggest upset of this matchup in itself. But Tok Dalang's having none of that. They just storm the front and take PXG out instantaneously. And now PXG turning tails, running away from Tok Dalang as quickly as they can.
Lovely stuff from Tok Dalang, just completely shutting down PXG. 3 eliminations so far. Even if they don't get the last one, it is completely fine. Again, for Tok Dalang, it's not about being hyper aggressive. It's about being able to get enough points to stall things out. And then squad going down, PXG gets eliminated. Tok Dalang retains the full squad. They get the revive. They get 4 points to kick things off. Perfect start.
Great timing by Yun, but now they have to just bugger off because I saw AV Radicals right there behind them. And you know they're hungry for points in the final 2 matches. So Tok Dalang is in a lot of trouble if they continue to hold on to this defensive spot. They don't have the information that we do. So let's see exactly how luck plays against them. And as I say that AV Radicals already popping off against them, that is the warning sign. Get the hell out of there.
AV Radicals not going to let this slide that easily. See Tok Dalang actually splitting out. Tachi might be given away. Namo is on his tails, and there's nothing much that Tok Dalang can do. Cutting their losses is the best course of action. And for AV Radicals, every single kill that they get is very valuable because they have 2 rounds to get 30 points to tie up with Expand, and they just need 31. Jim is going to be the second point for AV Radicals, so it is a good start for them as well.
I always want to say that, it's not about how some teams played bad, it's about how some teams played better. But in this case, I think there was just a fundamental mistake made by Tok Dalang. They tried to split up, they tried to sacrifice one player, but that player was just running out in the open, making the finisher way too easy for AV Radicals, buying absolutely no time for the rest of his team members who were trying to get away. The least that he could have done was just play the defensive position well and try to suppress the players on the side of AV Radicals by just shooting them down as much as possible. But that just doesn't happen. Now, Tok Dalang Nuts gets taken out of the water. I guess Namo can just rename himself to Nemo.
3 out of 10. Nice try, though.
Yeah, fair enough. I guess this is a good play.
Yeah, would have stuck the landing if they were actually fighting in the water. But yeah, I can deal with that. Namo is like reminds me of the kid, the child, the girl that kidnapped Nemo. More like that one. Don't remember her name.
For some weird reason, I can't remember that child at all.
The child with braces, if you remember.
Yes. All I remember about Finding Nemo is that blue fish that just kept forgetting everything. What's the name?
Oh, yeah. I don't remember the name, but I know which fish, right? Just keep
she's
swimming.
so cute.
She
Just keep swimming. Yeah, for me, that's the best part of Nemo. Nemo was quite annoying. He should have just listened to his dad.
If you listen to his dad, we wouldn't have a movie, AJ.
Yeah, we should.
A lot of the movies that exist in this world right now was because the script demands that the main character makes a poor decision that gives us an extended hour of film to watch. If
Dory? Is that her name, Dory?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's Dory. Yeah.
Yeah, Dory should have had her own show. Nemo should have just stayed in that sea. He shouldn't have swum out. Just like how Sem9 shouldn't be running out in the open against AV Radicals, man. Raja gets tagged up. Good glue wall pulled out. Namo, speaking of Nemo, continues to tag him up. Raja has a little bit of a backup, and I think this is a really smart play by Sem9 to make sure that they don't get taken down as they are spread all out on the battlefield. At least they have a little bit of a backup to pick each other up. This is not the fight that I want to see. JPTNC going up against Ilustrados. I want to see exactly what's happening to Sem9 and AV Radicals. That's a bigger fight for me. Production. JPTNC circles around. It's going to be Shanks with the Mac 10. Mac 10 in the hands of Shanks, and it is going to be the glue wall melters response from JPTNC. And this battle is just so scrappy from both sides.
And on that lower third, Sem9 winning out the fight. So this is good news for Sem9, bad news for AV Radical, good news for Expand as well. On the main screen, the Shanks finding the members of JPTNC and AV Radicals obliterated, exterminated by Sem9.
I don't care that AV Radicals got taken out. I'm just so upset I did not see that fight. I mean,
we have postmortem later on. We can bring that up.
Yeah, they're gonna hear from me for sure. Poppets, why would you do that? I mean, never mind.
Hey,
JPTNC, Virasta. Yes,
you have to understand that okay, Asta is probably he's probably out of this. But you gotta understand that our productions are big fans of Sem9, so they know that Sem9 would win without looking at Sem9's fight. That is me trying to justify for them.
Yeah, but you're doing a bad job at it, okay? It's not justify it at all. Double grenade supplies from TFC. They were trying to take down the one and only Freedom MY and TFC. This is one of those teams that have done so well yesterday, picking up phenomenal points for themselves to get into the top 12, and they've just been helping themselves by picking up these moderate rounds where they can keep up with the rest. Freedom MY gets expanded fantastically well by TFC. 5 eliminations, and TFC will surely be making it through the grand finals.
And this is going to be tough for Freedom MY. It depends on how far Yudo Access goes in this round. And then Freedom MY will have to outclass them in the next round as well. So again, we started this round saying that they both are on the have the same points, and team Yudo Access was winning out the tiebreaker because I think they have more eliminations. But now with Freedom MY out so early on, Yudo Access gets to breathe a sigh of relief. Now they can afford to, focus on getting those points and not be too worried about having Freedom MY on that tail.
Sem9 continues to pop off, and next one in the list is going to be TFC. High ground advantage for the players on the side of Sem9.
What?
4 kill points picked up so far. Victory, double shots, jump 9 taken out fantastically well, and Sem9 is just going to be super happy with that quick pick off of TFC before they do jump their way out of there. The only one sacrificed was jump 9.
Honestly, Sem9 has been winning most of these fights, especially against AB Radicals, right? Same like yesterday, but this one was very clean. And even though we didn't get to see much of it, we were able to see a glimpse of the setup where both teams have a flank trying to go for the wraparound, but Sem9 was able to hold off AB Radicals so much better and get themselves those initial kills. U2 Axis up against TFC. This is going to be crunch time for U2 Axis if they want to have a chance to stay in the lead.
Ashura back up on his feet. Good pickup coming through from U2 Axis, but they tickle the wrong hornet's nest here because TFC can sting right back. But Illustrados keeping TFC a little busy at the same time as they try to take out the players of U2 Axis. So this is that plus point for U2 Axis now. TFC shooting off into oblivion. I don't know exactly who those shots are aimed up against, but there's not going to be anyone there behind them. Illustrados backing away. They've got the vending machine play just to kind of buff up some of their armor, but Sem9 catching up with them real quickly. But a good drone sent out by the players of Illustrados. That gives them the extra bit of information early, and they quickly launch the attack against Sem9.
And they hear a lot of the noise that Sem9 made with the vehicle. And TFC from behind takes down Mikasa. That is very, very crucial for TFC. Bad news for Sem9. Pincered by two teams. Fura trying to wrap around the corner. They want to overwhelm Raja. Raja is not pushed over though. This guy has proven himself to be a one-man machine, and so far he is still hanging on. Sem9 trying to outpace Ilustrado Juegos. Not able to do much just yet, but Noki gets one, Victory gets the second, Raja finds the third, and suddenly the turnaround could be a reality. Ilustrado Juegos down to their last member. Victory gets ambushed from behind, reads the room wrong, and Raja once more has the daunting task of keeping Sem9 in the running, but he has the blue zone to deal with. Raja swings the corner, Bobby drops the glue wall, Raja dropping low, Sem9 all brought back by Raja! He brought all of them back! And even if Forbes takes him down, Sem9 lives on.
Oh, can he buy him there? Yes, he does. McRory bought back Forbes with the last-ditch effort to make sure the team survives. And this was just a fantastic fight by both of these teams. Both teams do go ahead to survive in towards the next circle. Valiant effort from both Illustrados as well as Sem9. I want to see that engagement in the final circle a little bit later on as well. Tok Dalang, they need to survive this. TFC personally looking to end Tok Dalang right here, right now. Moving outside of the circle. Luffy tanking the zone. One good grenade should be able to finish this off. He takes Tachi out of the equation first. That cluster is going to go wide, and Artem has got the grenade launcher, but cluster goes wide yet again. A double cluster shot is just not going to do it just yet for the side of TFC, and Luffy and Kizo, they decide that it's high time. They back away towards the circle.
You don't want to use up half of your arsenal just to get that one kill. It's just not really worth it. So it's fine that they back off. TFC ends up losing one member. Ashura picking him off.
Oh, rematch.
It's potential rematch. And Sem9, this time they're outnumbered. And they also have to be careful because U2 Axis and Toda can't hear this happening. They have control of the circle, at least for Toda. And Sem9, they're teetering on the edge. Tactical Intex finally showing up. MAB Esports also with a full squad left alive, playing a very slow game.
I want to see, come on, Rakshan. Just, yes, thank you. Mikasa, down on the ground. It's going to be a 1v3. Can he pick him up in the meantime? No key. This is the no play right there. Inside of the time turner, Forbes finishes them off, and Sem9 taken out in the 6th spot. Ilustrados Juegos, what a run. What an engagement against one of the more threatening teams within this lobby. Sem9 finished off, and this is what we expect out of the Filipinos.
Again, two teams with big brain plays, right? Using the vending machine out in the wild to keep the team alive for a bit longer, but Sem9 just lost a bit too many members. Todak now full squad intercepting. U2 Axis, the nades all flying through, but the glue walls, well, the time turner blocking most of it. And U2 Axis with those ice grenades, chip damage onto Affix. They are slowly trying to push this compound. And Neptune lands a great one.
Nice
After he
one.
goes down means the Overwatch has been taken out.
Double kill.
Fantastic play by Neptune, and well-placed grenades will give them that advantage in this fight. It's going to be a 4v3. AMC goes down.
ITX.
Shield goes down. It's ITX out of nowhere. MAB joins the fray as well. Toda just biting the dust, and just all of a sudden, things go south for Team Toda. Yudu Axis, they have to survive this. Tactical Index desperately. They want all of those points because they are at risk of getting relegated as well if teams like TFC and Yudu Axis do catch up with them. And Yudu Axis still alive and kicking, so Tactical Intex cannot take this fight easily.
And Neptune, his hands are tied, gets Orin down, still standing. There goes hiding behind the glue wall, desperately trying to heal back up. But Yudu Axis still has the full squad alive. The blue zone not in their favor. Neptune actually goes out to his own ice grenade, taking Dekos with him. They should be able to bring him back up. Yudu Axis with 7 massive points this round. In one of the most important rounds for them as well. Phoenix, 3 HP, doesn't survive.
Yudu Axis is 9 points behind Tactical Intex right here, right now. And if they're able to finish them off, climbing up the leaderboard is going to be for sure, and making it into the grand finals just a little bit more sure for the team. And they are leading this lobby with the kills as well. MAB from right in front of them. Ilustrados Fuego still alive and kicking, and McRory is going to be playing that charge buster as well as the timing. Going to allow MAB to do the dirty against Yudu Axis and then chip on in a little bit later on. But he has to be cautious of that circle that's coming in hunting for him right now.
MAB is a team that has no chance of making it in, so it's just about spoilers, but Ashura was able to find the last man of Ilustrados Fuegos. Now we get a 4 versus 4. MAB looking to do damage to Yudu Axis. The clusters from Neptune once more. The time turner just a bit too late, and the push commences from YAE, moving forward into the vicinity of MAB behind the tree lines. Ashura first to go down, they trade men back. They were able to blink frame down low though, but MAB starting to lose members. The members of YAE all low thanks to the clusters. 1v1! MAB have the help to work with. Sham looking for the final member of Yudu Axis, but he cannot find him. Members are brought back up. Sham still having the health advantage. It's going to be a 2 versus 1. MAB, cluster grenades thrown right out. YAE still survives.
Still survives, and Sham now circling around. Ashura and Neptune very smartly tops their health right back up. Brings Flame back on the speed as well. 1v3, that's a no-go for MAB. Well played round by Yudu Axis, and they survive and they climb up the leaderboard for sure. And Tactical Intex taken out a little prematurely earlier on means that Yudu Axis puts themselves in a fantastic position to make their way through to the grand finals. But it's not over just yet. We still have one random map to play.
Yudu Axis have found themselves a lifeline to avoid elimination and to put a separate team in the hot seat. TFC Esports and Tactical Intex are going to take Yudu's Axis spot to take on Freedom FY and potentially face elimination. So this is what Yudu Axis needed, and they've gotten it. And a sigh of relief if you are a Yudu Axis player. You can see that Booyah meant so much to them.
It was a, I mean, I've just got one question for these teams, right? These teams that are really putting on the hustle. Teams like MAB Esports, team like Yudu Axis. Like, this is clear proof that you can do it. This is clear proof that you can get to the final circle. This is clear proof that you can take the fights against some big teams and really walk away the winner. But the question is, where was this hustle from the very start of the league? Do you really need to wait for that last minute? Do you really want to play this like typical Malaysians?
I hope that's not the case, because
It's seeming to be the case.
I mean, no teams have won playing like this. To be fair to Yudu Axis, you know, all the other teams competing are basically in a league of their own, right? It has been pretty tough for Yudu Axis to face off against the teams like, you know, Sem9, teams like Expand. It is a very tough uphill climb, but you know, they can breathe easy knowing that they have been in the red zone for the longest of time, and in the final moments they were able to break out of it, and not just break out of it, but give themselves a cushion to fall back to avoid elimination.
And I think this climb up the leaderboard is going to put Yudu Axis in a really good position overall to make their way into the grand finals because it was a solid number of points picked up. I believe at a minimum of 20 points from this match. And, you know, compare it to how they have been struggling all this while, I think that's going to do them just fine. Freedom MY, TFC Esports, Tactical Intex, they haven't really shown us that they are capable of getting into the final circle and also picking up that booyah. And then, as a matter of fact, this is the very first booyah for U2 Axis. When push came to shove, when they were almost relegated, they show us that they can pick up a booyah. And I think that's just a little unacceptable because this is a combination of two big brands. This is a combination of two big brands, and you've got so many big names in there. And it just shows a lack of effort from the very start from players who are more than capable of getting the deed done.
I mean, when their backs are against the wall, they pull off, I would say, almost a miracle. So this is great for you to access. But if you are an AB Radicals fans, well, they have one more round to try and catch up to expand because that round didn't work out for them. So the big gap is still there between AB Radicals and Expand, and they need a monstrous round, just like what Expand did, to even have a chance to reclaim first spot.
Yeah, and if you guys are curious as to what actually happened there, Sem9 happened there, right? Sem9 just came out of absolutely nowhere, and as predicted, as anticipated, Sem9 was going to be the one that ruins the chances of AB Radicals. Like I said, the enemy of my enemy is my best friend, and at that point, you know, they were just best friends with Expand, helping their brothers out from Malaysia to make sure the Filipinos don't catch up as easily to the #1 spot. But it's not going to go down to just that. I mean, at the end of the day, these teams are all going to meet each other at the grand finals. And at that point, it's every team for their own out there on the battlefield. And Sem9 gearing up to handle these type of gunfights towards the end of the league stage just makes me so excited for what we can anticipate later on the 15th of April, Husky.
I think this is a very good setup, right? We have mostly seen the hierarchy of teams and how it's going to potentially go down in the grand finals. But at the same time, we are also not discrediting the teams who have been struggling a lot more. I think they would still have a role to play in that grand finals. And we have all these tier 3 factors that can affect standings of even the best teams. And when we play 6 rounds and it all comes down to one day, that's where these players will have to be at their best. This is where we test how they adapt to situations, how they play all the maps to the best of their capabilities.
Yeah, I'm calling out U2 Axis no matter what. I want them to perform the exact same in this next matchup because that's really going to show us that they have got the quality to take the grand finals and actually turn this whole thing around from being a team that was struggling to find the qualifier into the grand finals, from literally bagging the top 3 or even the MCPS Majors Season 5 title for themselves, right? Because clearly it is possible, but a lot of things need to go right. I mean, for example, teams like AB Radicals need to get taken out a little earlier. Sem9 needs to bomb out somewhere halfway through, and then of course it's all cleared for them. But as far as taking the gunfight against some of these other teams goes, clearly U2 Axis can get the job done. Clearly those rotations are not much of an issue when they really put their minds to it, but it has to be a bunch of boxes ticked off first, and hopefully things do go their way in this next matchup because that little bit of confidence boost before we head on into the grand finals, it can do wonders for you. But it's going to be lying to the balance of what map do we go to? It's all random at the end of the day.
And I think the best part about Season 5 was also, you look back at the past 4 seasons, 3 of them were won by big prestigious organizations, right? Geekfam got Season 1, Like International got Season 2, I believe Farang got Season 3, and AB Radicals was the first team that, in terms of name, not as big as those previous organizations to win a major. And this is why I think coming into Season 5...
First Filipino team ever.
Exactly, and this is why coming into Season 5, it feels like a full reset, right, on how we look at the major and how we look at the teams competing, because AB Radicals have basically broken the norm. They have defied the stereotypes and did everything that we didn't expect the region to be able to accomplish. Right now, coming into this, I think we are in a very, very good spot to just look at competitive Free Fire and be like, this is a fresh start for everyone.
It's the kind of start that some of these teams can relish in. Some of these teams will be absolutely pained by, because a fresh new start doesn't necessarily mean the best for some of them out there, right? Teams like TFC Esports, Tactical Intex, who have been here for the longest of time, Team Toda, a fresh new start means that the rest can potentially overtake them, and that's exactly what has happened in the overall leaderboards from the last time we took a peek at that. But let's take a look at the player MVP, the one and only Ilustrados Juegos, 4 bits with the 5 eliminations. Okay, we're gonna give it to Neptune with 5 eliminations and 1,793 damage, 25% on target shots. This was a decent round from him.
Well, you'll be happy to know that he also has the same amount of eliminations, and this is the first Booyah for Judo Axis. So Neptune, again, been wanting to see him on the Hall of Fame for a long time. When this guy first joined Axis Esports in the last season, he was a force of nature on his own. This guy was unstoppable, one of the best clutch players that we have seen, and finally to see him pull out something like this in the final lap of the group stage is something that I feel like was a long time coming.
I have always been a huge fan of Neptune. It's just that this season, he's just playing a little bit off form. But, the lineup of Titans within Judo Axis, we still believe in their capability. We still know what they are capable of doing when they really put their minds and hearts to it. 13 eliminations for a total of 25 points as they bag the Booyah. Judo Axis is back, baby.
No, they definitely are. And again, it's a roster that has a lot of prominent names in it, right? 3 of them played in Blacklist International in the previous season. So there's very little excuse to say that these players are fresh, they're inexperienced, because they have been on one of the biggest teams before, and they're all veterans. And of course, it took them a long time to find a chemistry, but better late than never.
Let's see if or not we will be able to spot out a couple of extra flashy plays from this squad yet again in the final game, as we excitedly await the information as to which random map we will be playing on. Judo Axis managing to pull away this Booyah at Bermuda is not very surprising, because it has been one of the maps where they have been doing decently well on. And if we are able to bring them into a map, for example, like Alpine, then I think they do stand a decent chance, but it might get a little bit more complicated. If we get brought back randomly into Bermuda yet again, the possibility of Judo Axis pulling this back-to-back Booyah is going to be super high. But it's so lovely to see the teams that are not really picking up those top 3 spots usually step it up, especially MAB Esports.
Oh yes, and 25 points for Judo Axis. They have pulled ahead by so much in this round. Basically, I would even argue that they just need a mediocre round to close out the day, and they would still have the immunity of the towards elimination. They are very safe.
Let's see exactly what they will be able to do a little bit later on. TFC Esports picks up 11 on the 5th spot. SM9 kind of ended the run a little early with the 13 in the 4th place. Tactical Intex doing well, picking up 8 points for themselves, just making the catch-up for Judo Axis a little bit tougher, but it is the inevitable Judo Axis. That was their truly breakout run that they had for themselves. Toda picking up 8 puts them in quite a questionable position, but Tactical Intex was quite far away from them a little bit earlier on, so nothing much for them to worry about just yet, but they have to worry about how their performance is going to be for the grand finals. If they're not going to be able to perform decently against some of the weaker teams that we still do have in rotation of these groups, the grand final is going to be so much more difficult. Expand still holding on to the #1 spot with Sem9 to thank for eliminating AB Radical super early in the previous match.
I just noticed something, AJ. I just realized how we are prevented from leaking the points for the second page, and precautions have been taken, because I was looking at the numbers and then realized that only the first page was updated on the leaderboard. The 10 to 18 place was purposefully not updated just so we won't accidentally leak numbers. So production, you guys win this time. Not like I would leak it, but
it's a fight between production and Mustachio right now. Whether or not my mathematical prowess, which I have none of.
Oh, I know the numbers, but I know the numbers.
Me deal with production.
I did the quick math, I can still say it, but I don't want, I respect the effort to stop it. So I would not say it.
See, the element of surprise is not just for the audience. The element of surprise is for us casters as well. So if we are able to deter the element of surprise. It just shows that production just needs to throw the element of blocking out information a little bit better, right? So they have to step it up. We have to force them to step it up, just like how the teams force each other to step it up on the battlefield. It's a decent fight, you know, teams against teams, casters versus production.
Production always wins, though. That's always
They'll
the
just mute my mic.
Yeah, they would mute your mic. You know, they would just stop showing the scoreboard at the end of this one, at the end of the day. And we would never win. We would never win. But my mathematics tells me that Udo Axis is in a very, very safe spot.
Yes.
But for those who didn't get to see what scores they have, well, now you have a good suspense to work with, because I think that despite the top 12 is still very, very tight. Just that Udo Axis have gone out of the red zone. And for you guys right here, we have just completed our second last round, which means that this giveaway code might be the last one you would ever see for the day for the Pop-Pow loot box. So remember to save it and key in and redeem your goodies.
I am just super nervous to see who's not going to be making it through, because Freedom MY still plays in Group B, and I think this just became an arduous task for them. And MAB Esports, no matter how well they do in the final round, they did decently in the previous one. I think it's just a little bit too much out of their hands. You know, the hustle is coming in a little bit last minute, and the exact same thoughts that I had for Udo Axis, I have for MAB Esports as well. A very capable team. They could have done better. They clearly showed that they can get into that final circle. And, you know, just, yes, a couple of things needs to go right, but they are a team that made the better decisions this time around in the previous matchup. I hope to see the exact same for them in this final game of the group stage, because if they can't get it, they might as well just ruin someone else's chance from getting it.
Honestly, if MAB can wipe the whole lobby, then they will make it to top 12. It's a tall task. It was an impossible task at this point. Yes, whole lobby. Oh yeah, whole lobby. I think they need like, what, 40 points or something. Nextera? There it is. There it is. Our wish has been granted. One day later, but we get Nextera anyways.
I wanted Bermuda for Udo Axis just to see if they can bring in a little bit of consistency here. But Nextera is going to be a little bit of an exciting map for AV Radicals to play, because in comparison for all of the other teams in performance at Nextera, apart from Farang, AV Radicals are the leaders of the points picking as it comes to Nextera. So I think this is going to be a possibility. But guess who else performs well here? The one and only Sem9. So yet another exciting fight between the two Titans first.
And these two teams, again, we saw them on Nextera yesterday, and they were both in top 3. I believe that Sem9 placed second, and AV Radicals placed third. First place was taken. A quick reaction, if I remember correctly. But either way, this is a map where we not only test the top teams, but now we get to see if Udo Axis can really handle a map that they are not as comfortable on, right? And this also gives way some chances to teams who are competing for that top 12, because we are basically throwing a big curveball. And most of the teams that want to compete for top 12 are playing on this last round.
Udo Axis is not terrible on Nextera, but at the same time, they're not the best team, of course. They do perform better against teams like Freedom MY. They perform better in comparison to even Geekslate on Nextera. So I think Udo Axis is in the clear already. I think that breakout round was more than enough for them in order to secure the top 12. It's just for a team like Freedom MY, where things seem to be a little impossible right now. They now need a breakout round for themselves. If Freedom MY can secure a breakout round, things are going to get very exciting for the final game.
Yeah, and Freedom MY, they not only need a breakout round, but they also need to have Udo Axis not have a round at all and overtake Udo Axis. And remember, Udo Axis scored a big 25 points in the previous round. We're asking for a lot from these teams, but if Udo Axis can do it, I think Freedom MY has a good chance of doing it as well. TFC's tournament lives also hang in the balance, because today has just not been their day.
Udo Axis actually kind of jumped up multiple spots. So Freedom MY just needs to deal with TFC Esports, who has been quite decent in this week. So that's going to be pretty much a challenge. But to catch up for about 14 points against TFC, so basically they need to get 14 more than TFC in order to qualify for the grand finals. So I think for me, that's just going to be my main storyline for this final matchup. I'm looking forward to Freedom MY and TFC really fighting it out, potentially even getting into that final circle, because that's what's going to really throw me off of my predictions here. Because if it's a very premature fight, either for Freedom MY or TFC, then I pretty much know who's going to be making it into the grand finals and who's not. But if these two teams do get into that final circle, then yeah, Mustacho's going to be a tad bit confused later.
And so I hope for that to happen. So you can't
too.
spoil the results. That is the best measure.
Okay, let's hope and pray that happens for them, all right? Axis, U2 Axis fly not straight towards Rushdown, and it looks like they're not going to be... No, they are going to be accompanied because Tok Dalang want the exact same spot. Tok Dalang wants to chase them down, hunt them down, and see if or not they can sneak away a couple of points. Let's see how U2 Axis deals with Tok Dalang, who are also desperately trying to look for the top 12 spots. Tok Dalang is a little bit worse off in comparison to MY, and with the first shot against U2 Axis, I think this Tok Dalang off to a fantastic start.
Yeah, U2 Axis is also returning a bit of fire, but not doing as much. If you look at this, how differential Water Seeker to slow down Yoon. If that didn't connect, Yoon would have been able to go for that swing and possibly get a second knockdown. So U2 Axis having good support, but this is going to be a pincer. Miro somehow make it into the building. But Axis Esports, well, U2 Axis, sorry, has already lost 2 members, and it doesn't seem like they are able to run out of this. U2 Axis forced to fight.
Jang. TFC Esports getting taken down as well at the same time in the hands of MAB. MAB really looking to ruin the chances of TFC. Look, exactly what I was looking for might just happen here, because if Tok Dalang actually takes down U2 Axis, then all of what U2 Axis played for earlier will be undone. Because Freedom MY as well as Tok Dalang stands a strong chance. And bye-bye U2 Axis, says Tok Dalang. I'm loving this. MAB, they're trying to take out TFC. TFC shuts them right back down with one final player to go. It's a 1v3. TFC, if they continue to chase them and get that kill as well, they'll continue to stay safe. All 3 teams are at risk of relegation. All 3 teams doing fantastically well in this final match.
Yeah, ITX, also one of the few teams that is on the list, and they are dropping JPTNC, not giving them any space. But thankfully, for ITX, they still live on. I believe Orin was able to find a buy point to bring his teammates back. Freedom MY, on the other hand, getting gunned down by PXG. All of these teams are fighting so early on, and it's on the bottom part of the leaderboard.
This is the kind of spice I like. I mean, I'm Indian. I like my spicy food, but I love my spicy games a little bit more. Doesn't give me tummy aches sometimes. Sometimes.
Yeah. I have a complaint, AJ. I went
Tell
to
me.
Banana Leaf Rice.
Yes.
They didn't have the one thing I asked for.
What is it?
I asked for pasabom. No.
You asked for what?
Is it goat's milk pasabom? Is that how they call it?
Pasabom. No idea.
Unless I'm pronouncing it wrongly, but I know it's like goat's milk. But
I know pasambur, but pasambur is like roja, but you know, no fruits in it. You're not talking about pasambur, right?
No. I was talking about beverage.
Oh, pasumpal, bro. Pasumpal is not goat's milk. Pasumpal is cow's milk.
Oh,
fresh
cow's milk. Okay,
yes.
okay. So I pronounced it wrongly.
You went to the wrong banana leaf restaurant.
So
That's the problem.
that explains why they say they don't have it, because I wasn't even saying the right thing.
That's the problem. The next time you want to look for a banana leaf restaurant, you got to get yourself towards Brickfields. You got to look, sorry, not Brickfields. I forgot where this place is, but it's called Vishal's. One of the best banana leaf restaurants, bro. Okay, the next time, I'll take you there.
Sure. I went to the Brickfields one. I went to Bangsa one. Those are the 2 that I always go to.
It's near, where is that place again? I forgot the location. It's not Brickfields. You know YMCA?
No.
You don't know? How can you not know YMCA, bro?
I know the song, but not the building. No, I don't.
Google it. It's somewhere around there. Vishal's near YMCA. That's the place you want to go to. Okay, AB Radicals, they want to have some banana leaf rice for themselves as well, but they got to win first because or else their manager's not going to allow them to fly over to Malaysia. Freedom MY, they're trying to get into the top 12, but AB Radicals are personally putting an end to their run. Raja finds JPTNC. That is the lesser risky gameplay because both those teams are going to be making it into the top 12. Let's see exactly how AB Radicals catches up because earlier on, Sem9 just absolutely ruined their chance of catching up to the #1 spot, but they still have a chance.
They need 28 points to get to first place, and get a bigger share of that prize pool. So they already have 3. If AB Radicals can keep this up, there's a good chance that we see that comeback by the end of this group stage. Tok Dalang against Toda, again, another important one for Tok Dalang. If they can get this breakout round, and we might see them actually make it, right? Tactical Intax, they are very confident that Tok Dalang will not make it, and DD, they are here to prove them wrong.
I'm loving what Tok Dalang's doing out there. At the same time, I've got the exact same frustration that I had for you to access. Where was this sort of a level of gameplay earlier on in the group stage? I mean, this is just so typical Malaysian, man. Just when push comes to shove, when you know it's now or never, do or die, then all of a sudden you're so great out there on the battlefield. And I wanted these teams to just really step it up from the early get-go so that, some of these bigger teams, they can have a little bit of a challenge to deal with, right? And Tok Dalang was just one of those promising teams that I expected more from the very start of the group stages that we just had so many hits and misses with. But I'm very happy to see Freedom MY flying left, right, center, avoiding the shutdown, still playing for survival. And even that is a very shocking maneuver, right? Because Freedom MY has just gotten into fight after fight after fight, constantly wiped out, not running away, not making the right decisions. And now you see them making those right decisions.
It's like doing assignments. Sometimes you just gotta wait until the final moments to really start panicking. It's the procrastination. I've been there. I completely understand why, why they some teams have that mindset. It's like those one more round syndrome. Sem9 chasing down MAB Mikasa with the 4th point for Sem9.
It looks like MAB is not going to be popping up anytime soon. The revival platform has been abused already, so we don't know who used that. It looks like it was MAB, and Tok Dalang out of nowhere. Headshot from close range, and Yun gets that beautiful one, and will be able to take down Mans out of the equation as well. Sham slowly approaching him. That MSMC can do a lot of damage. Yun has got the double barrel on the other hand. The shotgun can deal with that gun. Cluster out of nowhere. Ilustrados trying to take on their brothers from the Philippines. It's their one and only AB Radicals going up against them. It is the gunfights that will sort this out at the end. Barba closing down the distance against Rusty. As he turns the corner, he won't be able to find him, but the barricade of glue wall saves him just for the time
Fura,
being.
what?
Kaito down on the ground, Fura out of nowhere, and AB Radicals on the defense.
And Fura, he's got an early time turner just so he could duck in and out. Barba, though, doing a lot of work. 1 versus 2. Namo goes down. Barba still very, very healthy, cleaning up the rest of Ilustrados Juegos. But, there might be a chance. McRory, can you overcome Barba? We've seen this before. Barba trying to get his teammates back out. Raymond coming to support him. McRory out in the open. Barba still alive. McRory gets the finisher. But Barba and Ray Miao keeps AB Radicals in the game.
McRory almost got it done, but it looks like their brothers from the Philippines themselves nerfed AB Radicals a tad bit, and it looks like it is up to Sem9 to finish them off. JPDMC out of the equation. That revival platform still being held onto by a player. Not so sure exactly who that is. Sem9 Victory circling on in, looking for Freedom MY. Will be able to find the player. Can he snipe him out of the vehicle? Takes the first shot, second shot as well. Vehicle on fire now. Freedom MY out of the equation as Mikasa takes that beautiful shot.
Down to 6 teams. AB Radicals still in the game. The chance to get to first place is now more and more possible for AB Radicals. It really comes down to whether they can get the booyah or not, because they have already gotten a pretty big amount of kills.
Sem9
24 players left. It's only 9 minutes in. We have 24 players left. It's very, very fast.
Radicals on fire because they are literally on fire. They won that #1 spot. Like you mentioned earlier, right? They need 28 points to catch up, 29 points to overtake Expand for the #1 spot, 29 points from this lobby for a team like AV Radicals is not impossible.
They need 28 to overtake, 27 to catch up.
Really?
Yeah. I think if they get 27...
Oh, yes. Correct.
I think in a tiebreaker situation, I think Sem9 would win. If we look at eliminations, I believe that there's a high chance Sem9 still wins the tiebreaker. So 28 points is what AV Radicals needs to aim for. And they're going to have to go through TFC.
They started off at 8 already, soon to be 9. The player bleeding out in the open. TFC is no way whatsoever to pick him right back up. Ramiel claims the 9th point for himself. And a beautiful spray. AV Radicals barricades themselves up. And Barba in the right-hand side flank. Jump 9 down on the ground. Beautiful headshot. Continues to put on that pressure. It's going to be the Woodpecker in the hand. So all of that armor is not going to be able to stand up against that at all. It's going to be the campfire that tops their health right back up. Undone by Barba. Double barrel in hand. Has to force that glue wall. Double glue wall, as a matter of fact, to come out. And all of the ice grenades just piled on upon him, forcing him off of his position. This is just a back and forth, and TFC doesn't want to let this go just yet.
28 points. That's what AV Radicals wants to go for. Barba chasing for the kills, going up the ramp. Adam getting pincered, and the Namo would take down Adam. AV Radicals securing kill number 10. Whole squad still alive and healthy. TFC doesn't really have much left in the tank. They do end up losing Barba, but they have done more than enough. Kaito coming in to clean up the remnants of TFC. 12 points for AVR.
12 already, assuming they can pick up that Booyah as well. That puts them at 24. So that means, my friend, just 4 more kills to look for AV Radicals and then make that run towards that final circle. AV Radicals looks like they might be able to pull this off, and the one to prevent it will be Sem9, who are still alive and kicking, who are right opposite of their compound. So an engagement against them will put AV Radicals in a terrible mood here.
And honestly, AV Radicals have done so much this round. It's one of those situations, right? Again, you wait to the last round and suddenly AV Radicals explode. The next team to receive their wrath is most likely going to be Todak, and I don't think Todak are in a position to fight. They are preoccupied by tactical intakes.
Todak. Namo brings Barba back. Zapnu says bye-bye to tactical intakes, unless they can buy him right back in. Decos all alone, no vending machine around him. Sem9 slowly circling around. Ramiel has got his eyes on him. Todak will deal with the rest of AV Radicals. Can they nerf them? Can they stop AV Radicals in their path? Namo backs away. Doesn't want to mess with Todak just yet, but that backstab is just going to tease him a little bit. And Amesy manages to flank around from that left to put him down instantaneously. The rest of AV Radicals, they scramble, they back away. They want to look for the circle instead, but Todak wants more.
Yeah, AV Radicals even brought Barba back just now, but if you end up losing a member, then it doesn't really matter as much. AV Radical, you can see that because of that, they are very much spread out, and now they might end up becoming easy pickings for all the teams that are still alive. Todak, they're trying to run after them, but Mikasa actually takes out Chill mid-air, playing spoilers, and perhaps saving AV Radicals in the situation. Todak can't really do too much. Barba turns around for a couple of pickups. And Sem9, would you also go for AV Radicals? Barba has already gotten 1. AV Radicals still going strong with 14 kills so far, and all thanks to Sem9. Todak cannot finish the job.
Steal it. I mean, Sem9's doing the work, and AV Radicals just stealing away the kill points. Victory finally claims it for Sem9. But enough damage has been done. Flagging from that left-hand side, Kaito and Ramiel playing a very dangerous game here. They need to stay hidden, and they're taking the riskier path outside of the circle, tanking the zone, wanting to take on tactical intakes first, not wanting to engage in the open against the players of Sem9. So this is a pincer maneuver that Sem9's not going to expect, and they use that launch pad to catch right back up as they change their minds. But Barba's found by Fikri. Long shot AWM does not disappoint. Sem9 once again ruining the chances of AV Radicals.
The last 2 men of AV Radical up against Tok Dalang. There is a chance. Yun, can you be the one that stops AV Radical? Ramiel brought back up. The ice grenade from Yun up top.
Well timed.
Taking down Ramiel. He's going to be brought back up again. The damage over time, not enough to bring Ramiel down, but Yun has bought himself some space. AV Radical very crippled. The glue wall drop, timing a bit off. Yun actually able to isolate the fight. AV Radical stuck behind the glue wall. Yun somehow not able to take out AV Radicals towards the end. AV are still alive, but they are severely crippled.
That has bought them a lot of time. Sem9 now trying to finish off Tactical Index, and it's going to be Sem9 going up against AB Radicals with Noki knocking Ramiel down onto the ground. They cannot respond as quickly just yet. Fikri, AWM takes that one down through the glue wall. Will be able to claim that kill as well. Tactical Index out, and it's now Sem9 to claim the Booyah, and they do exactly that. Sem9 starts the day and ends the day, showing us they are ready for the grand finals.
Heartbreak for AB Radicals, could not cross the finishing line at the end of it, all thanks to Sem9. It's another monstrous round from this team that has been highlighted more than enough in the 2 days that they had the entire league. Grand finals is going to be where they would really show what they're made of. If this is the performance that they bring into the grand finals, I think we are ready to crown them as a champion, a potential champion.
I mean, you do this at the grand finals, you are the champion. You can deal with a heavy firepower sort of team like AB Radicals. You can undo all of the other team's efforts. You can maintain consistency, something that a lot of the other teams have not been able to show us with one clean streak. That's exactly what Sem9 has been able to do with the assistance of Hajiyat. This is the kind of brand, this is the kind of team that is worthy of picking up the title at the end of the day. But with all of that being said, it still has not been able to undo the kind of progress Expand as well as AB Radicals has had in the competition so far, and you got to include Farang into that list. Sem9 has been able to undo them in the final week, but it was a overall better performance from those top 3 teams that I just mentioned.
Yeah, but for Sem9, I think they have done more than enough, right? They will finish most likely in the 4th place.
Yeah.
Overall, comparing to where they were, I think they were in like what, 8th place when we started the week. So they jumped up 4 placements, and it's not easy. They had to do they had to cover a lot of grounds to get to that spot. And of course, there are certain factors that contributed to that. JPTNC not having a good weekend, HJ also getting outclassed. But overall, Sem9 have overtaken a lot of these teams that had a firm lead when we started the weekend, and they still not only just overtake these teams, but created a big vacuum in terms of lead for themselves.
Sem9 needed 32 points more than AB Radicals in order to sneak the 3rd spot away from them, but clearly that did not happen as Sem9 didn't meet AB Radicals in that final circle. So AB got quite a number for themselves to maintain that 3rd spot. And the only thing that they could have aimed for, apart from picking up, that number 1 spot, is to actually reclaim at the very least the 2nd spot from Farang. But that needs a solid 17 points. So whether or not they've managed to get that for themselves, I'm not so sure. I wasn't following the number of kills that they had within this matchup in itself. So that's going to be my element of surprise. But it's surprising to see as well, none of the, the average teams in terms of performance managed to make it through to that final circle, apart from Tactical Index.
And I think that is also going to be very important, right? Which team is going to be able to make it to top 12. The fight continues. Yeah. I'm looking at my second monitor. The scores are being updated, but again, they are not touching the second page because they don't want to spoil it. But I do hope that AB Radicals have done enough, because I think they need 17 points to overtake Farang. And in that game itself, they've gotten definitely double-digit kills. So overtaking Farang is definitely a big possibility. Sem9, like you mentioned, they are going to be in 4th place by the end of this. Overall, the top 4 teams are incredibly solid. They are leaps and miles ahead of their other competitors. They are the only 4 teams that have cracked the 300-point mark.
And it is beautiful to see exactly how they managed to fashion that, right? Sem9 pretty much with the final week run. The other 3 teams, Farang, Expand, as well as AB Radicals, it has been a consistent effort from week number 1. So if you ask me, this could go really either way. If Sem9 did not have this breakout run within the final week, I would say they stand no chance of picking up this championship. But like I said to my point earlier on, they've managed to maintain the streak longer as well as the consistency longer than some of these other teams, which makes me a little confident. But you also have to deal with a team like Expand, who can really go back to back with those booyahs as well, who can really put on a great, fantastic show out there for everybody. We saw that massive round that they brought in earlier on as they picked up the booyah as well. Record-breaking run. I mean, 10 kills out of Axel alone. That kind of seals the deal as to what Expand can do when they themselves get serious serious. So I think this all just points us to one direction. It's going to be a fantastic grand finals on the 15th. And if you're going to be lucky enough to make your way over to the watch party, I think you're going to be in one hell of a day in terms of just losing your voice. As it is, most of you guys are fasting right now, so just be on the lookout for that, okay? It's going to be one hell of a day of fun.
It is. When I went there last time, it was not during fasting season, so there were, you don't have to worry about not being able to get stuff to eat. But overall, the environment was great. I think we have a lot of giveaways. I myself even was able to bring back something. I think I got the Yeti plushie from one of the lucky draws. So it was great. I spent the afternoon there. I watched this player against player. I believe it's like 2v2 custom mode. It was just very light-hearted fun and games, while also being able to enjoy the best Free Fire actions out there.
I mean, usually when there's a Free Fire gathering, someone just stands up and says, okay, who wants diamonds? I'm going to open up a lobby right now. Everybody just hops on into the lobby, right? Yeah, so you can expect things like that as well as you guys tune into the matches. There will be break times. What are you going to be doing during those breaks? You're going to be, navigating across, trying to meet a couple of the players who have not made it through to the grand finals, because I'm very sure they're going to be there for the watch party as well. Meeting up with a couple of these community members under a few of those clans that have been very active within the Free Fire scene. So there's a lot to expect at this watch party. I'm just a little upset that I can't get to the ESI hub during the matches in itself, because I'm going to be standing here, or sitting down, I have to say, screaming for the teams.
How I wish they actually broadcasted that. No, I'm just kidding. There's a lot that needs to be done. Overall, I mean, we will still be there after the finals. The only thing I hope for is that the traffic isn't bad. Though I know it's going to be horrible from where I am. From where I am to get to the ESI hub, it's going to take a while.
It's a weekend, though. It's a weekend. I don't think the traffic is that bad on weekends.
Hopefully not. Normally, to me, half an hour of travel is the bare minimum that I face every day.
It is fasting month. Everybody's trying to rush back at that time. Everybody's going out to the Ramadan Bazaar. Everybody's buying their food. Everybody wants to get back home before, they buka puasa. So there is a potential you might get stuck in traffic, but it's okay. I'll take photos. I'll keep you updated along the way.
Thank you very much. Very nice. Just make sure that I just want to make sure I get there just in time to break fast with everyone. It's I think this is probably the second time that we have something like this kind of a watch party to be able to meet people out there, and it doesn't have to be anything extravagant. Last time it was just a simple, I would say a simple tent, with a projector and just the community members at the National Sports Stadium in Bukit Jalil, and that itself was very, very enjoyable.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I saw a couple of the shots. I saw a couple of videos as well. You guys look like you were having the time of your lives watching some of the best Free Fire action out there. But let's take a look at the overall stats for the final match of the group stage for the Free Fire MCP Majors Season 5. 59 eliminations, not too shabby. 15 revivals, not a lot of opportunity for them to bring their team members right back in alongside those rescues as well. As quickly as they were taking the shots, they were finishing off everybody that dropped down onto the ground. 68 headshots is phenomenal. From the 74 knockdowns that they got, those 68 headshots would have done a lot of damage. Blue walls, nothing impressive, but Fikri getting the highest eliminations of 8 makes Sem9 smile year to year.
Yeah, Fikri doing it again. This is just another day in the office for the Sem9 members. And I believe after the last round, when we look at the winner cam, there's only one player sitting there, right? Everyone else went elsewhere, I guess, to celebrate that they qualify and they finished strong in the group stage. For today, there's actually nothing too extravagant. We get very, very basic games. So it makes me wonder, what were the conditions that gave us crazy stats like yesterday? 99 glue walls destroyed. I still do not know how that was possible and how to replicate it. But yeah, MVP player, Fikri from Sem9, 39% on target accuracy with 8 eliminations. This guy, one of the few veterans that we have, and he is showing why that's the case.
Lots of improvements from Fikri for sure, alongside the rest of his team members on Sem9. They know the importance of jumping back up as one of the titans of Free Fire in Malaysia after the abysmal performance in Season 4, and they have more than redeemed themselves in Season 5. And now they are not just looking to impress, they are looking to lift up the trophy for the season. They are looking to be a champions for the MCPS Majors Season 5. 14 eliminations in this match for a total of 26 as they bag the Booyah through 6,810 damage, 18 assists. This just makes Sem9 more than ready for the Grand Finals.
If Sem9 wins the Grand Finals, they would basically have turned the entire franchise around for their dynasty in just one season. And that is crazy. No team has been able to turn the narrative around in one season from almost dead last to first place. So that's something that I think a lot of Sem9 fans will be excited to see in the World of Free Fire, how this redemption arc is going to end. I think we have a very, very good fairy tale going on already. So regardless of the ending, I think Sem9 should be very proud of what they've accomplished this time.
That I have to agree with you, right? In terms of what Sem9 has been able to do in Season 5, in comparison to Season 4, it has been a miraculous run. Extremely disappointing in Season 4, but we have to chalk that off towards them establishing that chemistry with the new brand, them just establishing the chemistry within each other as well as they try to adjust to various situations. Heavy Radicals nailing 24 points. They needed to pick up a total of 17 more than Farang, and I guess this is a job well done for AB Radicals. They will take back that second spot from Farang. Farang drops into the third spot. With Booyah picked up by Sem9 and the 26, they still do not catch up. They do not replace anyone in the third spot, so they'll remain in that fourth place. Tot Dalang with the phenomenal performance. Look, Tot Dalang needed 18 points to make it into the top 12, but they only get 15, so oh man. See, last minute runs, Tot Dalang, it just doesn't serve you well.
I actually don't remember the numbers, and I'm glad I don't, because I get to keep the suspense up on who makes it to top 12. But yeah, I guess we probably won't see too much of a change down there. Again, attention on TFC, esports, that is going to be very, very important. Freedom MY as well. That itself, they also are fighting for the top 12. Honestly, I feel like it's between these two teams. I think Tactical Intex are in a decent spot. Yudo have done more than enough.
It has to be between TFC as well as Tactical Intex. Freedom MY picking up 7 points. They were one of the teams that were in a little bit of hot soup a little bit earlier on, so I'm quite curious to see exactly who gets it between the two teams. These are the teams that will be making it through to the Grand Finals. Obviously, a top 4, Expand, AB Radicals, Farang, as well as Sem9. But who's there from the 5th to the 8th spot? We have to wait for production to show us.
Yeah, production really loves the teasers, right? But, you know, just judging by the arrangement, AB Radicals in second place, you know, Farang got third. That's kind of what we expected off of that last round result, so nothing too surprising. But yeah, these top 4 teams, the only 4 teams to crack the 300-point mark, Expand 40 points away from 400. And remember, this is just a 3-week group stage, and they've been able to garner 360 points off of 24 total rounds. That is a big accomplishment for a team like Expand. And you know, the teams that are joining Expand in the Grand Finals in the top 4 are no slouches at all.
No slouches indeed. We want to see exactly where NC has managed to wrap things up. We know Ilustrados Juegos were on fire as well throughout the whole day. So this is going to be quite the suspense, because when you look at the next set of teams, you know, you're looking at teams like Toda, you're looking at teams like Yudu Axis, who are making that last-ditch effort up as well. So it'll be interesting to see if or not Toda or Yudu Axis has managed to break the barrier. And as we look at the teams between 5th to 8th, it's gonna be Ilustrados Juegos, followed by JPT NC, Geek Slate, as well as Quick Reactions that wraps up the top 8. And now, down to the bottom, Husky. This is where push comes to shove, where we find out who made it and who unfortunately did not.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of things to look out for, right? Because these teams, they have been able to make it to the Grand Finals of the last major. You know, we talk about teams like Todak, who's been able to qualify, and remember, Todak was the team that finished 5th in the Season 4 major. So now, if they qualify again, which they most likely certainly will, it's going to be great. But look at this, Yudu Axis scraping by TFC, and Tactical Intex also joins in the top 12. Tok Dalang not able to do enough to make it through. We also have to wave goodbye to Freedom MY, Pando EWG, MAB Esports, PXG, Nova. They all will have their journey ended here. Tok Dalang is not able to get enough, honestly.
Look at how close it is, man, between Tactical Intex, GFC, as well as U2 Axis. That was just way too close for comfort. Tok Dalang had a great opportunity, such a capable team, so much of promise. It's just that the last-minute effort to get into the top 12 was just not sitting right with me, nor their luck. Hopefully we see them put in that effort a little bit earlier in the future. But for some last minuters like the names of TFC as well as U2 Axis, this surely has played out very well for them, including Tactical Intex, who started off the day in that relegation spot. So they've made it up already. So good on them. Freedom MY, they started off at the very cusp of clutching the top 12 for themselves. They only needed a couple of points, but unfortunately things just did not work out well for them. The bottom 6, they will have to bomb out. Tok Dalang, Freedom MY, Pando EWG, MAB Esports, Project X Gaming, as well as Nova. They do not follow us into the grand finals.
But it's great to see all the teams that qualify, right? I mean, Panel EWG obviously is a heartbreak because they were there last time. I believe they finished like top 6. They were 6th place in the last major, and this time we won't be able to see them. It will be some time for Panel EWG to prep for future tournaments. But yeah, a lot of reflection needs to be done. But when you look at the top 5, look at how close it is. AB Radicals are 3 points away from tying out with Expand, and if they tie with Expand, they just win the tiebreaker straight on. So it's as close as it can get going into the grand finals. We couldn't have asked for a better setup for 15th of April.
But can I say congratulations, Expand? I mean, at the very final moment, sneaking away that #1 spot, not just from AB Radicals, but from Farang as well. You got to give praise to them. You got to just really appreciate the effort that the boys from Expand have put in. And all the hype sent their way is not for naught, right? They really live up to all of those expectations, and they really serve up some fantastic plays of Free Fire all the time when they step up onto the battlefield.
And that means that, you know, Expand gets to walk away with kind of the biggest cut off the group stage prize pool. But we head into that grand finals, we hit that reset button, and that is where these teams will truly be put to the test. We've seen some of them perform in these breakneck 6-round, deathmatch format on the international stage. This is where we see if that experience carries through, because grand finals, unlike previous major, only has 6 rounds.
And of course, to some that may be asking what happens when SEM9 meets them, because SEM9 has already, worked up quite a lot of firepower within themselves to show that they can bring in consistency. Well, we saw that exact engagement a little bit earlier on, and Expand truly put an end to that run for SEM9. And that was something that wasn't expected, right? I believe that was the second final round that we saw them the third final round that we really saw them take that fight up against them and show us exactly who the dominant team is. So SEM9 obviously will not be backing away from the battle. They will be trying for that exact same thing in the grand finals. But the question for me is going to be, will they be hot dropping AB Radicals in the grand finals? Because if that happens, I think Expand reaching up to the top once again is going to be very much in the high.
Yeah, I think that is also going to be a big question that they need to answer, right? Once more, the teams have qualified to the grand finals. Expand, AB Radicals, Farang, SEM9, Ilustrados Juegos, JPTNC, Geekslate, Quick Reactions, Kodak, U2 Axis, TFC Esports, and last but not least, Tactical Intex. And also, I want to quickly mention this because this is the first time that all Filipino teams have qualified for major finals. Big achievement for the region.
And that is something that's just so beautiful about the Philippines. They may be low in numbers when it comes to the number of pro teams that dominate Free Fire within MCPS, but all those teams that do manage to qualify through are very, very proficient at the game, and they've managed to prove it with their performance out there. I cannot wait to see if or not Ilustrados Juegos will be able to continuously climb up that leaderboard on the grand finals day. They really have to make sure no mistakes whatsoever. It cannot be afforded at all. And U2 Axis showing us that they can pick up the booyah when push comes to shove, when they really put their hearts to it, when they really put their minds to it. I want to see a couple of booyahs out of them on the 15th of April as well.
Absolutely. And again, the 15th of April, you only have 6 rounds to determine who is going to be a Season 5 major champions. And most importantly, if you don't win the trophy, you have to at least be in second place, because that's how you qualify for the Free Fire SDA Invitationals that's going to be happening afterwards. And there have already been some teams who have qualified to that tournament from different regions. I just was able to take a look at some of the teams and their roster. And let me tell you, there are some familiar names waiting at the Southeast Asia stage. So MCPS, you got to be ready to take on that big stage. But to make it that, you got to be able to win the grand finals and qualify. And what better way to witness the grand finals than to be with us at the Ramadan Booyah Bazaar, happening on the 15th of April. It's a Saturday at the ESI Hub at Space Rubik's, Puchong, Selangor, Malaysia.
And of course, registrations open up at 12 p.m. Make sure you guys are there on time. The matches will kick off at 1 p.m. sharp. So you've got about 1 hour to register, hop on in and get some good seats for yourselves so that you can have a great start to the day. And of course, make sure you're all comfy along with your gang that you bring on to watch the Free Fire Grand Finals on. I think it's going to be a very fun day. I think it's going to be a day where everybody is surely looking forward to. And when the day comes, it's just going to be fun from the start all the way down to the end.
And we get to witness Free Fire under the same roof, right? Share this passion and energy for the game that we all love. There are also other activities. You can participate in Lucky Draw, you can participate in Kahoot quizzes, you can meet your favorite cosplayers, KOLs, play games of Free Fire with your peers and the people that you meet there. And the best part of all, well, at least to me, is that we will be there by the end of the broadcast when we crown the champions.
I don't know whether or not that'll be the best part for everybody else, but it's going to be the best part for me, because I really want to attend, right? So when we get there, hopefully we get to take a couple of photos with some of you guys, right? I mean, we've been seeing you in the chat. We've been seeing you guys around in, the official pages and all with your comments, but we haven't really met face to face. So that'll be our opportunity to catch up with each other. We surely cannot wait for that.
Yeah, and my only advice to everyone out there is when you see us and you recognize us, do not ask us for redemption codes, because we do not have redemption codes, and we don't even get to get the items. But with that being said, that's the end of the group stage. Congratulations to the 12 teams that made it. We will see you guys in 2 weeks, 15 April, for the grand finals of the majors.